Hey, good evening, everybody. My tea literally just finished when I hit the stream buttons, and I don't have my. I normally keep like a fork by the desk just for this purpose, but I'm gonna try my luck. Okay, here we go. Um, I am very happy to say that we'll be playing something new today. I'm not happy to say that we're not playing Book of Hours, but this is a game I have been looking forward to for a while, and I hope you I hope you will like it too. I actually quite specifically avoided streaming this earlier. So the story behind this is that Brace Yourself Publishing. Let's jump this. We'll get the game up. Brace Yourself Publishing announced 3 different games that they were they were supporting, that they were publishing. I think the game might be a little loud, so let me just. I think that might be a little bit better, but do let me know if the game's getting too loud. I'll just run on the front screen for a bit to see if we can figure out where the. I did select a profile for to make sure everything was set up, but just so you know what it's like, this is the first screen that you see at the beginning. So we're at version 1.0. We are at the very first loop. And there were 3 games that Brace Yourself Publishing announced that they would be sort of supporting, they'd be releasing. The first one was Godless, which is one that we have enjoyed many times and will be returning to on this stream. But that is a neat take on the auto battler. It's actually the first auto battler that I've really spent some time in and really enjoyed. Then they released Super Raft Boat Together. Now, I did do that on the stream. I actually quite like it a lot, but I noticed that there wasn't that much interest in it. It was actually one of the rare times where I could sort of see on the graph very long stretches of people not watching the broadcast. So I'm taking that as a signal that maybe people don't want to see that more. I won't rule out ever, never streaming that again. Maybe because it's a game that it's not required to be multiplayer, but it may be that it's a little bit more enjoyable for people to see in multiplayer. I quite like it. It's a bit Risk of Rain-like. So if that is something you'd like to see in the future, I would be very happy to share it. And the last of the games was Cobalt Core, and there was a demo that was available during Steam Next Fest. I actually got my dates wrong on Next Fest and thought that it was over when in fact it was just starting. But Brace Yourself very kindly gave me a key, which of course is an indicator to you that when I haven't actually tried it yet, so I may not like it, but I have a feeling this is going to be something that I enjoy. But for those of you that didn't get a chance to see it during Steam Next Fest, this has been streamed by others and this has been played before. And the game came out today, and so when I got that key, they let me know what the embargo was, and with that in mind, I kind of had an opportunity to play the game a little bit, but I also know that there's really only one chance for me to be able to play something for the first time, and where I can, it's kind of nice to show me learning a game. The reason I used to do that was more so for complicated strategy games, just to try and give people an idea that, I know some people who watch the channel don't think of Civilization as a complicated game, but I do know quite a few people who say that, I really wish I could play games like Civilization, I just can't get my head around them. And, that kind of communicates something, right? That not everyone, what you assume to be easy, it isn't necessarily the same for everyone else. And so one thing that I do like, because for some games like that at least, I do seem to have a bit of a mind for getting my head around it, or at the very least I'm patient enough to get my head around them. It's nice to be able to show people the process of learning something new, even if that means making mistakes. And of course, for roguelike games, that can be some of the fun, because in the end you can never really get too attached to any given run, simply because, at best you're going to win, and at worst something's going to do you in, and the point is that you play it again. So in any case, this is a game by, I believe, Rocket Rat Games? Rocket Rat or Rat Rocket? Let me just double check that. Rocket Rat Games, published by Brace Yourself Publishing. That is, again, as I mentioned, it's the third of 3 games that they announced. I don't know if there will be other games published by them. I believe they are. I believe Rift of the Necrodancer is actually being published by Clay now. So I think probably. I suspect probably they will want to get that in order and whatever else they have sort of in the pipeline sorted before they take on other tasks. But they have a very nice track record in terms of publishing. I've liked all of the games that they've put out on their publishing label. And then, of course, I am a very big fan of the games that they produce as well. But it is worth saying that Cobalt Core has come out today. I've been given a copy for promotional purposes, but I will volunteer that the game has a 10% launch discount right now, and I believe is also released on the Switch as well as PC. So if you are looking for something to play on the go, you can pick up a Switch copy as well. So let's jump in and see. See how it goes. If I'll just mention, if the game is a bit loud, this is the best time to let me know, so that there isn't any kind of gameplay that gets stepped on. But I also know I usually talk a lot more at the start of the broadcast, so who knows if it'll turn out. Anyways, we'll do our best. Cobalt activate terminal V3120, loading personality core, corrupted. Personality core patched, 6.02 seconds, encrypting memory bank, 0xF3, restarting personality core. Hello? Hey, wake up! Ugh, my head. Okay, good. Your vitals seem stable. What's happening? I had to wake you up from cryosleep early. There wasn't enough time to fully restore your memories. My memories? I needed those. I assume. Sorry, I had no choice. The command terminal will only respond to meat-based life forms. And there's a ship off the bow powering up their weapons. Everyone to the bridge, now. Play cards to outwit your opponent. You draw 5 cards each turn. Each card costs energy. A card's energy cost is shown in the top left. You get 3 energy each turn. Use it or lose it. Energy doesn't last between turns. Attack your enemy with attack cards. You can always see what an enemy is planning to do. This enemy intends to attack you for 1 damage. Let's block their attack with some shield. You've still got 1 energy. Play the rest of this turn out yourself. So we can do a shield surge. Can you tell a dad joke? What a name. So I'm just starting the game here, but the developers have been streaming on the Brace Yourself channel, so they did mention FTL, but oddly enough, the FTL connection is a bit superficial. It seems that their deeper influence was actually into the breach, and I can see why, because you can sort of see the actions telegraphed, whereas in FTL there isn't quite the same sort of the same determinism, let's say. But yeah, FTL definitely seems to be an inspiration, and Slay the Spire comes up a whole lot. Obviously, that's the one that really brought a lot of attention to the deck builder. So just keep in mind that I am quite literally at the very start of my playthrough here. I have not played the game before, but everything that I can see it would be fair to say that that's a fair assessment. Although I would say if you're going to compare it to a subset game, that Into the Breach might be a slightly more appropriate one. Other than the fact that obviously FTL takes place on a spaceship. Okay, so Shield Surge is slightly tempting because I can build up my shields. I know I'm going to have one destroyed, but it would seem to me that doing more damage, attack is the best form of defense. So let's run with multi-shot and see where it goes. Out of energy, it's time to hit end turn. Yikes, that's a big attack. We can use evade to dodge attacks. Play this card to gain 1 evade. Statuses are shown below your ship. Some have passive effects, others are used as resources. Evade is a status that you use to move around. Spend 1 evade to dodge the shot. Any evade you don't use will carry into future turns. By the way, can you tell a dad joke? If you're hanging around for a little bit, if the game-to-voice volume is off, I already go off of my monitor when it comes to the mix or anything like that, so if the game's too quiet or it's too loud, please don't hesitate to let me know. It shouldn't be that hard to adjust. There's a couple things I know about this game. The autosave feature is very good, so I could unplug my computer right now and I don't think I'd lose anything. And all of the settings are straight in the cog in the top left, so it's pretty easy to change this sort of stuff. Okay, so it looks like the game wants me to evade no matter what, so we'll do that. You've got the basics down. Remember, you can always hover over cards, characters, or anything else for more info. Good luck out there. So I'm curious about the characters, because it didn't seem to indicate that they really did anything. So your science officer, his cards are mostly shielding and shield manipulation. Riggs, your pilot, her cards are mostly flexible movement and card draw. And Perry, your weapons officer, her cards are mostly attacks and instant movement. Okay, so looks like the character selection is based off of access to certain cards. I don't see a reason to do block shot because that would, well, unless we don't have any other attack options. I think probably draw shot makes the most sense here so that we can get some options. And I suppose basic shot makes the most sense at this point because we're not going to be able to do any other we're not going to be able to do any other action after this, so basic shot it is. Good work. Okay. A block shot would have been wonderful here. So I can dodge or I can block it. Let's go for this. I think the shield surge is preferable to the basic block here. Then we'll hit them with a multi-shot and a basic. Okay, so no damage. Ha! Okay, this enemy is going to apply its status effect to itself, and Missile Bay, the enemy is going to raise their shields, cannot exceed their max shield. So ideally, we would finish this off in this turn, but it looks like we do not have a whole lot to go with in terms of attack. So, I'll do the damage that I can. Okay. So ideally we take this out this turn, but remember they've got effectively 5 HP, and we've got 3 actions. So 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're 1 short in terms of our. Let's try a draw shot to see if anything exciting happens. Nope. I'll do the lunge at the end. Actually, you know what? Let's just do the multi-shot and then the lunge. Okay, lunge didn't do the damage. Okay, now I actually need to realign, so. Well, I'm not going to be able to take him out this turn anyway, but let's can at least move in. So block shot I'm doing purely because I have the Okay, and at this point we just need to do the 3 damage, so. Pick an artifact. Artifacts are held by the ship's crew and change the rules of combat. You can have multiple on each crewmate. So, warp prep. Audio mix seems okay. The music could be turned down a bit. Okay, let's hopefully that's a little bit better. Okay, so warp prep, gain 1 shield and 1 evade on the first turn. Block up to 1 coming damage, cap by a max shield, and evade. Ah, this is nice. Okay, and then we get to pick a card. So this is definitely the Slay the Spire side. So we can go for a good old-fashioned dodge. Playing with this will remove the card for the rest of the combat. We've got pay for an evade and draw 2 extra cards next turn. This actually seems pretty. I definitely like the idea of options. I actually quite like the way. I don't know if this is by design on the tutorial, but I actually really like the trade-offs that are presented in here. Excellent, thank you. So Bolt is basically a free, let's get out of the way here, but you can only do that once. Options you have to pay energy for, but it does give you something the next turn, and then you can consume 2/3 of your actions on a given turn, but in order to be able to really move out of the way here. So I do like the idea of options. I tend to be able to plan, I feel. Like I generally like to just have the ability to do more. So I think I like the idea of options here. Okay, I'm starting to remember. Right, the Cobalt, hyperdrive. Yeah, you blew it up. Maybe. I vaguely remember pushing a button, then the white light. Yeah, you blew it up. Guys, shut up. You have this argument every loop. I've heard it 517 times now. Fine. Alright, we've got the coordinates of the Cobalt programmed in. Let's get there and stop the time loop. See, Riggs remembers. Usually she's the last one. I'm improving. Alright, so... let's go for mysteries, I think. Woken from sleep mode. Okay, so it's charging something on the wing. We're gonna have to get through... So oddly enough, I actually think the lunge... I don't think the lunge is actually gonna help us this time, but let's see what the draw does first. Well, maybe. I could also just try the block shot. Okay. The enemy's gained a status. You may want to hover over it to see what it does. Auto dodge. If fired on, it will completely move out of the way left. It decreases by 1 every time it triggers, goes away at the start of the next turn. Okay. So we get to start with options. Careful, I think they're primed to dodge. Yeah, we knew that was coming up. So let's do a basic shot, then a shield surge will neutralize the attack. Okay. Okay, so that's a big attack. We know they're gonna dodge. So the tricky part here is figuring out... So basically the challenge that I'm gonna run into on this one is that I want to... I don't see a whole lot of value in just taking a 4 on the chin. I'm gonna scramble for 2, and then we go for options. Okay, so this should be where we try and get our revenge now. And then we can shield surge to absorb the attack. Okay, so we know that they're going to be... this will be good, interesting. Okay, so... don't see a whole lot of value in trying to go for the blocking stuff. So I think we just get out of the way here. And we've got enough to win. Now it'll be interesting to see whether or not the shields carry between rounds. I didn't check that. This seems like an interesting trade-off. So blocker burnout. Max shield is lowered by 1 for the rest of combat. but we block up to 4 incoming damage. Corrosion Beam. The status will be applied to the enemy wherever they are, deals 1 damage at the end of every turn, and Exhaust playing will remove this card for the rest of the combat. Now, the way that I guess one thing that I'm noticing here is that I do have it seems like I have a tendency to draw out some combat based off of this first one. So Corrosion Beam seems appealing in the sense that we'll be doing that ticking damage regardless of whatever defenses they have up. Deflection also seems kind of tempting because I could sort of take it on the chin while still charging up the shields. But I think I'm going to go for the Corrosion Beam. Okay. We don't need to repair, so let's go to the question mark. We're getting a weird emergency signal. This says a friendly ship is under attack from themselves? Hello, is this thing on? I really like the design of these characters. I made a big old mistake. My missiles, please help. It's the worst that could happen. So, do we help him? We will help the Toad. Sagan's very cool ship. The enemy is going to launch an object. Be careful, we don't know what it is yet. Okay, so we're gonna have to move. Well, actually, we don't need to move because we start with the evasion. Please don't shoot. I'm not hostile. Just unplug the missile terminal. Oh, this is interesting. So if he says don't shoot, then that would seem to me like, yeah, I actually want to be careful with this. So I won't give up the dodge. Objects in the mid-row are between you and the enemy ship and can block attacks. They are much weaker than a ship and will be destroyed if they are hit by anything at all. Ah, I get this. So he's firing the missiles on himself when we need to take them out. Okay. This is actually going to suck a bit. So the best I can hope for is to lunge and take out the Seeker. But the rest of it, I don't think we have much hope for taking out the baddies. Oh, my bad. I'm trying to turn it off. Hold on. Okay, so we'll shield surge it. It does seem like I do keep the... Or did I? Anyways. He's going to get hit by his own missiles, sadly. I think the manual override is in this room somewhere. Okay, so... Let's... Basic shot. Options. Again, there's not a whole lot we can do for Sagan's on that last one, but this is a neat idea for a fight. It keeps happening! Okay, so the total damage... I actually think the total damage from Corrode is a little bit more worrying than... Well... I guess they wind up being the same in the end. But realistically, I don't have... Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. And we're out of actions. Although, fortunately, they'll miss Sagan's very cool ship. I fixed it! Wait, no, I'm just out of missiles. Okay. So the tricky part here, I can lunge. Yeah, so lunge, basic dodge, basic shot. And again, he gets hit for the 2, but he should escape. Hey, I'm alive! I can't thank you enough, so I won't. Okay, fine. I offer you one treat. It's a hard drive I found earlier, my precious seeker missiles, an artifact I found, or never mind. Okay, so we've got missile malware. Piercing attack ignores all shields and armor. Missile malfunction. The ship's missiles and drones will launch backwards. Decreases by 1 at the end of the turn. So we can basically inflict what this character... This is very cute. But I have to think... Basically, I need to find myself in a situation where I'm facing a missile enemy and I draw that card, which is a little harder for me to imagine. So my Pressure Seeker missiles launch an object from your missile bay. It does 2 damage and can't miss, or I go for an artifact. I do like the idea of the artifact. So Jettison Hatch, you may remove 2 cards at repair yards. Okay, that wasn't as exciting. No, that's fine. I wasn't using that anyway. Okay, so we're up to an unusually strong enemy encounter. Oh, see, this is where reverse missiles would probably help, because they can't dodge any of that. What on earth is that ship? It has so many guns. Hey! Do you guys know that there's a big bounty out for a ship with your registration number? We did not. Thanks for letting us know. No sweat. Well, we better be getting on our way. No. This part is brittle. It takes double damage from attacks. Okay, so positioning. And that actually works well for me simply because I'll be hit by the 2 single attacks. So the question would be, do I want to use my free dodge for that, or does options make sense? I think probably the free move. This is my big cool attack. So I did find the humble approach. I did actually find out this is my big cool attack is a bark that was originally intended as a like as a placeholder, but it made it into the final game apparently. So let's do the shield surge just for protection. So then we can hit him with a multi-shot, which would be good for 4, and then I could do a block shot, I guess, because that will... Not only do I keep the shield, but that it neutralizes the attacks and keeps the permanent stuff. So we'll work with that. Okay. Do you think this is too many cannons? I do, yeah. I always thought the plural was cannon. Okay, so I'm tempted to do the corrosion beam, but I think a draw shot still gives us the option for a scramble. Okay, so we lunge. And I can basic block. Yeah, basic block would make more sense than anything. That or we just straight up ignore it, but I think in this case we'll basic block just to... Okay, so that's 3 attacks. I'm definitely going to get hit by one of these. So the question would be, do I try a block shot and then scramble, or do I go for the multi-shot for more aggression? No, I think I probably want to scramble. So we'll do block shot, scramble to the left. Okay, so that's our first bit of hull damage that we got on this in this game. Option sounds like a good choice here. So then my decision here would be corrosion beam so that I get that ticking damage, which is very, very tempting, but I can shield surge and take no damage this turn, which I like even more. No hull damage. Okay. I'm not sure if this is the smartest choice I've ever made, but let's do a basic dodge to the left, then oh yeah, that was very foolish actually. I forgot the attack happens afterwards, so I wasted an action there, but that's fine. We're learning. Okay, I can corrode and only take the 1 damage, or I can completely protect myself. Yeah, you know what? Complete protection. and then multi-shot. Okay, so now this seems to be the time where I want to deliver as much as I can on the weak spots. There we go. It looks like it is Swirly Eye. Just keep in mind that I'm playing my very first round of this, but everything that I've seen here seems to indicate that this is a roguelike. And welcome. Thank you for your kind words in Sweep Stream yesterday. Okay, let's take a look at what we've got here. So we've got Escalate, add 1 damage to all attacks, decreases by 1 at the end of the turn. Front-loaded Blast, attack for 4 damage, add 3 fumes to your draw pile. Oh, okay. So you sort of mess yourself up after you... And then Big Shield. If I used Corrode better, that would be a bit more interesting. Let's try Escalate. Okay, and we can get... How you doing, Ellen Ripley? It's very good to see you again. Okay, so every time your discard pile is shuffled back into your draw pile, gain 1 evade. Cockpit lock-on. All enemy cockpits start with weak. And heal booster, every time you heal 1 more. I think we'll do cockpit lock-on. I actually really like that weakness we ran into last time. This part is weak. It takes more damage from attacks. Okay, so we're going to get hit in the face for 3 if I don't do something about this. The catch is there isn't a whole lot to do about it. Well, I guess I can lunge. I could have ordered that a little bit better, but would you line the cannons up with a weak point? Yeah, well, also trying to survive. No damage. Ha! Okay, so they're boosting their shields, it looks like. The temptation, of course, is to go for the weak point, but I also need an escape plan. Well, looks like we've got a basic dodge. So my options here, I can corrode, or I can... You know what? I think I'm going to go for the corrosion. And it's a tough call to see if I want to take out the shield or if I want to build up my own shield capacity. I think we'll go for the shot. And that's good to know that this goes through the shields. Okay, so if I can, I'd like to get 2 dodge out of the way, but let's make sure that we hit him in the weak spots first. So we'll start with a draw shot. Okay, that's good to know, actually. I still get hit by the 1, though. I didn't read the number of slots properly. Well, that wasn't so bad. Okay, so I could try escalating, but I actually need to get in. I need to get in range first. So let's go options. I think we'll just do 2 basic shots and see how the turn goes. Okay. So I'm thinking we... escalate, multi-shot, and then I take the 1 off of the damage, but we can patch that. I can patch that up later. Okay. At which point, I don't think we can do the 4 damage, but I can at least draw a shot. I mean, I could escalate, but I don't see what that would accomplish. So we'll just go for the good old-fashioned shots, and then the corrode will get them. There's a couple. I'm starting to see where some of the efficiencies can come into my play. Barrage is kind of tempting. It strikes me as kind of a narrow set of circumstances under which I can use it, but I can see this. I can see this doing things. All right. Shield memory. Your shield lasts between combats. That's great. So I've got a guaranteed common enemy encounter, or we can... Let's do the unknown. Wasp 55 Stinger drone. Line up with her cockpit. Good idea. Okay. Something in multi-shot, basic shot, and the lunge isn't gonna... Well, actually, we could do the shield surge, and that just protects us. Shoot down that missile, or just get out of the way. All right. Oh, I didn't appreciate that I still had an evade left. I think I kind of squandered this turn, to be honest. Yeah, because I didn't have the corrosion beam. Oh well. Not a scratch. Okay. So if I escalate, we can double shot. Yeah. Okay, pick a card. So we can stun charge. Your next one attack will stun, goes away at the start of the next turn. Boost capacitors. Max shield raised by 1 for the rest of combat. Block. That seems pretty tempting. Multi-stun. Cancel the intent of the targeted ship part. I definitely prefer boost capacitors here. Alright, let's see what the mystery was. Whoa, vertigo. Ah, you again. An extraplanar being. Neat. What do you value most? Healing, damage, or evasion? So we've got healing, ephemeral repairs, +4 hull. It's a single use, completely removes it from the deck. Ephemeral blast, 7 damage, or evasion. I think we'll go for the damage, but this is one that I want to be kind of careful about. Then it is yours. Thanks. Howdy, how's it going? You know, same old. What's this, loop 400 or something? 517. Well, let's get you on your way. Can I get you anything? So, we can repair, which is kind of tempting. We can remove a card, 2 cards, or upgrade a card. So I suppose the question is, how much do I value healing over the bonuses? Let's go for the bonuses, because those will sort of live with... I'll live with those sort of for the rest of the time. So let's see, multi-shot ignores all shields and armor, or we do 3 attacks off of that. What's our other alternative? Escalate, we get for free, or it's not discarded at the end of the turn. Okay. I wonder if corrode gets cheaper. Yep, it does. Or we can apply 2. So taking up a whole turn, but we do 2 damage every tick is actually quite powerful. I think I'm going to settle for a triple multi-shot. If we can get that on a weak point, that will help us. An unknown powerful entity. Riggs, are you picking up any hostile ships on a radar? No. Why? My sensors are going crazy over here. Let's see. Nope. No warp core signatures within the light year. Switching sensors to visual spectrum. Ah, big crystal. Huh? Big crystal. The crystalline entity. So I'm wondering, I know Can You Tell a Dad Joke was talking about FTL earlier, so I know there's the crystal ship, but I also know there's the crystal planet from oh god, sorry, the name escapes me, from Starflight, which makes me wonder if that's a reference to. Anyways, so we'll start with an escalate, and I feel the multi-shot is pretty much a must at this point. And then the block shot, whoa, big hit. That's what I'm talking about. So it seems to me that the options in the block shot are effectively equivalent. We're not going to be able to dodge all of the damage. Oh, well, now we can. Yeah, that was a pretty nice start. So we're not going to hit him with the ephemeral blast. I think this is well within our capabilities. I brought you back to trying to unlock the Christum ship in FTL. That was obscure as hell. I am curious if anybody knows about Starflight, though, and the Crystal Planet. Because that is a crazy little detail in that game. Okay, so I think we can dodge a bit of damage if we do the lunge. And I'll do it again. Ooh, that is a narrow... So the barrage is kind of tempting here. So we'd hit it once, then move. Once, then move. Yeah, we'd be able to do everything with that. So basic shot and barrage. So we're going to be down on our shields, but I can live with that. Yeah, Starflight is a very old game. I really only know about it through reputation, really, but it's an interesting one. Okay, so I think we do basic shot, shield surge, and then lunge. Well, that or I could do another basic block and avoid... Nah, damage... Avoiding the damage is the more effective mode. Okay. I have a bit of dancing to do, so... I mean, I could try and dodge... No, I can't dodge the damage completely, so let's actually get the options. We'll block shot, and then we'll see... No, draw shot's not going to get me anything, so let's go for the multi-shot. I know I kind of said I wanted a weak spot on there, but in this case, we'll just throw as much as we can at him. Okay, so boost capacitor seems kind of tempting. Yeah, especially because escalate's not going to do a whole lot for us here, so... Capacitor's up. And you know what? Options... gets me ready for next turn. We really like moving to the right, I notice. So I unfortunately don't have any dodging capabilities here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lunge, and then I can build up my shields. And the question now would be, do I actually want to try playing any of these? I think the answer there is no. So the best I can really hope for here is the capacitors. But I'll keep that in mind, because if I can only move to the right, then this is going to be something that that I need to factor into future turns. Okay. So I'll do the draw shot. How you doing, Nearly Logical? This is a new game to everyone. This came out today. It's published by Brace Yourself Publishing, who very kindly gave me a key to cover it. And this is definitely not the developer's first game. It seems that they made a similar, what was it, Sunshine Heavy Industries? I quite literally never heard of that game until I watched the kind of developer stream on the Brace Yourself channel. But this is a very charming sort of roguelike deck builder. I'm on my, effectively the tutorial run, but it's quite easy to pick up, and I'm having quite a bit of fun with it. It was definitely one that I was looking forward to covering. Okay, so the question is, can we do the 3 damage? The crazy thing about this is that the escalate probably doesn't work here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'll go for options. Shield Surge and Basic Block. So we really just need to do 2 damage this time. So even with like an Escalade and a block shot, we're fine. But the other thing to remember is I do have shield memory. So if I can, I deal damage and boost shields. So draw shot, see if I can preserve the option. We do have the multi-shot, so the question is, can I boost shields with a single... And the answer is no. So we'll multi-shot this out. Alright, we got bonus max hull and a big repair, so I'm glad that we didn't repair back at that repair. I kind of feel like that would have been nice to know at, like, I would have felt a little bad if I spent all the effort repairing my ship, but I'll remember this for the future. Oh, you know what? I think there was a spanner on the boss now that I look at it, so... Anyway. Pick a card. Right-click the card to preview its upgrades. Oh, I get it now, so you can see how you can improve. Alright. So, parry. Attack equals damage. Total damage of enemies' cannon attacks. I wish I had a slightly... So I don't know if the enemy cannon attacks actually have to hit. Weaken hull seems pretty tempting here. And we already have the corrosion beam, so let's do weaken hull. Okay, artifacts are held by the ship's crew and can change the rules of combat. You have multiple on each crewmate. So you have flywheel. Every 10th time you draw a card, gain 1 energy. Ooh. So that's another, for my longer term runs, that's good to know. We've got power diversion. Gain 1 extra energy every turn. All non-parry card attacks deal 1 less damage. And simplicity on pickup, remove 3 cards. Let's try flywheel. Nice! That's the first time you guys managed to beat that thing. Wait, really? How many times have we tried? You don't want to know. What even was it? If these readings are correct, I think it's some kind of time crystal. I've seen microscopic ones in the lab and in the Cobalt particle accelerator, but never so large. Did the microscopic ones try to kill you? Not in a way that I was able to perceive, no. Let's keep moving. Entering new zone, the Sapphire Cluster. Huh, the nav system is taking us through this lawless sector. The zone is full of pirates, thieves, and smugglers. Like the last one wasn't? Everyone should have their sidearms on them at all times in case we get boarded. Oh, hell yeah. Do I get a gun? Everyone but you. Oh, that goes straight into the combat. Focus on their cockpit. Alright, so the cicada drone is going to do 3 damage to us. So, we don't have the dodge, unfortunately. Well, we have the starting dodge. I think probably my best bet is to smack him with the corrosion beam, hit him with a basic shot, and then just get out of the way, because we know that our dodges are going to move us left. Okay. I can take a 3 on the chin. Alternatively, I can just weaken their hull this turn. Although boost capacitors is mighty tempting too. I'm not even going to move. I'm actually just going to preserve the option for later. Not a scratch. Okay, so that's going to do 4 damage if I don't smarten up. I only get 2 moves, so I can't weaken, which is a shame because being able to smack them in the weak point with the multi-shot would be a thing of beauty. So we're going to get hit for 4 if I don't dodge. Although it doesn't take a whole lot to dodge. We can get that for free, basically. That's interesting. I'm going to escalate. I'm going to multi-shot and then draw shot, yeah. Okay, so I have an option for a stun, a scoot, multi-stun. So the thing I don't like about these moves here is that they're not left. But spending 2 to get a ship... No, I think I'm going to go for a scoot. Okay. I think it makes a little more sense to go for this common enemy here because I get the option of either the mystery or... the artifact, and the artifact has generally been rather powerful. So yeah, let's go after these guys. Bounty targeted, started optimal engagement patterns. Okay, so the block shot makes the most sense in my mind here. I can either go for 4 damage total, or I can go... I think the ticking damage of the corrosion beam is hard to pass up, so we'll start with a block shot to neutralize that, and then we corrode. Can you just not... Can you go away, actually? Okay, so if we scoot, I can move 1 back and hit him in the cockpit again. But I don't actually have that much damage that I can do, so the escalate would sort of be lost. I don't know, I am going to scoot and move back, though. We'll go for it. So I won't use up the ephemeral blast, because that'll go out of the... that's going to go out of my deck permanently. Sorry, I think I missed Sorelii. Okay, Barrage seems like a good move in this case. So I'd normally like to do boost capacitors, but being able to hit the weak spot again is always a good one. Okay, so I can weaken the hull if I want more options. I think the draw is slightly more appealing. Yeah, because the draw potentially lets me dodge. Well, we'll be able to get the worst of the heavy missile. So we'll still get hit by this one. Or I can do a big multi... you know what? The big multi-shot is really hard to turn down here. Yeah, especially because eliminating them... oh, sorry, what the pit? The what pit? Sorry, I think I missed it. Yeah, it is a deck builder. Yeah, sorry, Swirly, I missed your... I missed the comment from before. Okay, the acid cannon feels like a must. Okay. I think, yeah, we'll go for the common encounter. I'll probably go after the unusually strong enemy encounter. Oh, gotcha. Watch out, if this attack hits you, it'll also give you a status. Doesn't say what status, I notice. Now, unfortunately, I don't think there's really a way for me to... Well, I can scoot. So I can either take it on the chin, and get a second weaken, or I scoot and completely avoid. Well, I'm gonna get hit by something no matter what. Morning, y'all. 3 servants and missiles coming right up. Okay, a block shot seems like a decent idea here. It's a big move. Now, unfortunately, I can't really do anything with this. Oh, hang on, I have four moves. Yeah, but I still can't do anything with it because I don't have any shields. I don't have anything for drawing on this. So this turned out to be a bit of a dud. Okay, capacitors is very tempting here. Yeah, this is going to be a pure dodge turn, which is not the most exciting. Oh, crap. I didn't realize... I miscounted my energy, I guess. Okay, that's going to sting. Okay, now this is an easy one for us to take out. But I am going to get hit by that status if I don't do anything with it, so... But we also haven't damaged them yet, which is a worry, so we'll corrode. Best I can do is just batten the hatches, and then we're going to have to take the status effect this time. Engine stall, the next one move will fail. Oh, that's a tough one for us. Well, the barrage will help us get out of that. Well, first of all, let's multi-shot, because that's actually going to hit him really hard. Now, I could boost capacitors and then barrage. We won't dodge the missile, but... Okay, I don't... I'm clearly misreading this stuff. Anyways, we are going to take some nasty hull damage off of that. Okay, so I could give up the turn to weaken the hull. I could give up the turn to hit the acid cannon. There is no way we can take many more hits like that. I'm doing my best! Alright. So yeah, that... I'm learning that this can really get away from you. So we'll build up basic block because we get to preserve our shields. And then... add 2 wave beams to your draw pile. Wave beam is a costless piercing attack. I think we can work with that. So the question is, do I feel brave enough to take on an unusually strong enemy encounter? Let's give that a try. There's no ship part here. It's empty. Shots fired at this part will miss. Okay, so no weak points. So we can get the 2 wave beams to the draw pile. So I can go for the weaken right away, but I take hull damage, and I don't think I'm in a position where I can afford the hull damage. So we'll shield surge and go for the wave. I'm glad to hear that, Sorely Eye. I do quite like Brace Yourself games, and I'm very happy to, I'm very happy to see things. Now, obviously, they're just the publisher, but I'm very happy to see, see people connect with their audience in this way. All right, this is a real drag. So if I move the 3, so we go 1, 2, 3, so then I get hit with the 2, so I get a total of 3 damage. I just don't think the scoot's worth it in this case. So I could try a draw shot to see if something more exciting happens. So now I'll be able to do the basic dodge. Well, there's possibilities here. So if we do the dodge, I can corrosive beam. So the trick here is that I will take the hit, but I'm at least going to be doing that ticking damage. Vanguard Master, this is Cobalt Core, a game by Rat Rocket Games, published by Brace Yourself Publishing. It's a roguelike deck builder, and it's really, really well done. I'm still on my first run. Like I'm basically in a tutorial, I think would be the best way of putting it. But it is sufficiently charmed me. Okay, so in this case, I think we boost the capacitors and we just take it on the chin. I'd love to use the wave beams, but I just don't have the capacity for it. Okay, now this lunge is a tempting move. So let's do the multi-shot. So lunge moves me 2. Options moves me 1. So we at least get past the worst of that damage. Oh, and I can boost my shields. Okay. I'm starting to get some ideas. Barrage may be my best option here. Well, I could also scoot. So, but that takes me out of the... Could barrage and scoot. Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of the barrage because at least it does some damage. And then shield surge lets me build. Now again, my one option is scoot, and then I just ignore everything. But well, yeah, here. Masterful dodge. I don't really know if that accomplished a whole lot. I'm tempted to do the draw shot just so that I can see what my options are. Like, boost capacitors is kind of nice. Well, here. Oh, misjudged my capabilities. Alright, that's going to make life interesting. Weaken hull is mighty tempting here, but I need... No, I still have one more. I'm tempted to scramble. Okay, so if I basic dodge, I can do 6 so this has got 11, so I can do 6 damage. I can actually get up to 10 with 1 basic dodge, but then it would hit me with a lot. But if I dodge and scramble, then it's... That's it for my shields. Oh, that's gonna sting. 7. Okay, I think this should win. No! The acid starts at the beginning of the turn. Oh well. This is not the end. Painful lesson to learn, but defeat time 58 to 55, 70 combat turns, 20 hull damage taken. Seed, I suppose, for those of you who'd like to play at home, 2729136. The ship was the Artemis on normal difficulty, which is actually easy because that's the lowest. And then it gives us an account of the cards. 20 of 207 cards found, 6 of 87 artifacts found, 2 of 26 map events found, and no memories unlocked because I suck! Looks like there are other characters, and again, it looks like the... basically, it looks like the different characters give you access to different cards. So the Artemis, a bulky, versatile ship with a single central cannon. Win a run on hard or harder to unlock this ship. 40 different artifacts to unlock this ship. Win a run without dizzy rigs or Perry in your crew to unlock this ship. So assuming this is once you've unlocked everybody else. So win a run to unlock Isaac. Win a run with Isaac to unlock Drake. And win a run with Drake to unlock Max. And then 2 mystery characters. And then win 10 runs to unlock this ship. Alright, well, we're going to jump back in. System time corrupted. Please select a boot option. Upgrade 2 random cards to type B. Replace warp prep with a boss artifact. So what's warp prep? Gain 1 shield and 1 evade on the first turn. That wound up being quite helpful. So boss artifact is random and gain 3 max hull. I'll go for the upgrades. If I don't use up our evasion, I can use it later too. Yeah. Game making sure I know what I'm doing. Okay. So I want to make sure I lunge at the end of this turn, but we can do at least 2 attacks. Okay, they want to charge up, so I will... See, I don't have that much in terms of attacks. Okay, so I think a lunge at the end might make sense. So we'll start with a draw shot. Again, I could just take it on the chin with this shield surge and basic block, but that doesn't seem too exciting. Okay, I pretty much have to scramble in this case, but it does preserve a dodge for me in future. That actually turns out to be very helpful. Okay, so we can take the Pulse Barrier. Now that will exhaust it for the rest of combat. I guess we don't have a Scoot again because we're on a new deck, or a Lunge. I do like the shields. So I can commit myself to an unknown and a tough boss. I think that's a good one. Sunshine Heavy Industries. Celine, hey, I have this extra scaffold laying around. I think it would look great right in the middle of your ship. It's also a great tax write-off. What do you think? So, sure, add an unshootable scaffold to the right part of the middle ship, to the right of the middle ship part. Sure. Oh, so just stuff goes straight through it? Looks, better, I guess? No refunds. Oh, this is gonna get fun. Use that evasion now. No, save it for later. Alright. Yeah, so this goes through my ship, so we can sort of really lay into them. I don't want to lunge, because then I'll just take it on the chin. So, yeah, block shot it is. Okay, auto dodge. If Riggs, what was that energy signal? They're going to dodge our next shot to the right. So draw shot seems to make sense here. Okay, so I can, yeah, basically do the same as last time, only difference is that we get the multi-shot. Perfect, and then we just, oh, that's right. Okay. So the most sensible thing for me to do would be to scramble, because I didn't think about the dodge. Okay, so they're not dodging this time. There we go. So it seems like there's a warm reception to this. I'm actually quite glad because, like I said, I quite liked Super Raft Boat Together, but it was one of the first times it seemed like there wasn't that much attention. Dendrian, you just got here. Can you explain everything again? Sure, because I didn't explain much the first time around. I know there's fewer people watching than in general, and I kind of feel like that's because a very large number of people are streaming that. Or, I mean, maybe people are only coming for Book of Hours, in which case I've got bad news for them when I finish Book of Hours. But I think this is actually a really charming one. So this is by Brace Yourself. It's published by Brace Yourself Publishing. It's by Rocket Rat Games. And this is a... Well, I mean, you've played Slay the Spire. In fact, for those of you that do like these types of games, I can take a minute and shout out Dendrian, who has played Slay the Spire with a time delay. So it also works well with the time loop here. Unintentional time delay, though. We wound up, like... Essentially, he was reacting in real time to the game he was playing, but there seemed to be some sort of lag that was introduced into the game, and, like, over time it got worse and worse, so he was basically reacting to the game as it was currently being played, but we were watching the game, like, half an hour earlier. I mean, I thought it was fun, but I appreciate as a broadcaster it was probably really irritating. But this is definitely a game that, a style of game that Dendrian has covered in the past, and I definitely think this is, I mean, I've not played a lot of Slay the Spire, and I should, because it's a wonderful game, but in this case here, this is I don't want to say it's just Slay the Spire. It has enough similarities in terms of the deck building and the roguelike elements to make people feel comfortable in this. But it also has some nice features. So, Can You Tell a Dad Joke mentioned FTL. In this case, I'm definitely feeling a little bit more of Into the Breach just because of the determinism inside of it. Like, the game gives you... kind of gives you full information about what's going to happen, and I don't really feel that is something that FTL gives you. Although, again, FTL is a wonderful game. But one way or the other, this is a game that's clearly inspired by a lot of very good games. But it's also one that, I don't know, it seems to tip its hat to them without being too slavish. Like, this definitely feels like its own thing, and it's very enjoyable for that. Okay, so I could try the multi-stun. That might have gotten us out of a pickle in the past. I think I'm going to go for the scoot, actually. Let's see how we fare against the tougher enemy. There's a pirate hailing us. How can you tell they're a pirate? They have a big skull painted on their hull. Ah. Surrender and drop your shields, or I'll drop them for you. No. Have it your way. Alright. So this is the... don't embarrass yourself. In terms of the game, I'll try and do my best to explain what's going on. So this is combat. You get a certain amount of energy each turn. In this case, we should be expecting 3 each turn. And you can use shields to protect your hull from damage. Hull persists between levels. And as you might expect, you need to defeat the enemy. Now, these inflict status effects, so I actually kind of want to be careful around them. So one option I have is to dodge like so. Now, if I lunge... I would get hit here. And even the basic dodge wouldn't help me, so I think probably my better option is to do the shield surge so I can build up. The shield's going to persist between turns. The pink one isn't. And then I can either charge up a basic... Well, I can actually do both. So I'll charge up a basic dodge. You can reserve evasion. So, should I use this evasion now or save it for later? And then do the basic shot. The reason I'm able to do this is that there is an empty space on my ship right now. So we'll... do the basic shot just to clear out the asteroid field, and the hope is that they're going to move into a spot that we can attack them next turn. Alright, that's going to make things interesting. You know what, if I scoot... So I can smack him with the shots, and then we just hit him in the gap again. Oh, they really like inflicting those status effects. Okay, let's try a draw shot, because that'll give me the option for dodges, potentially. Okay, no such luck, so pulse barrier... And the question is, do I want to do the block shot or just a basic block? I guess it doesn't really matter. Or I dodge. Well, yeah, if I dodge, then I potentially avoid the status effects. Or, well, 2 status effects. So now I just get the 1. We are on fire. Okay, this is going to make life interesting. So if I scoot and scramble... I mean, I use up my whole turn doing this, but... Oh, if heat is 3 or more, I should have paid closer attention to that. Okay, so this is an opportunity for me here because they're going to hit the asteroid. So we'll start with the draw shot, just because that'll show me the most in terms of options. So then we do the multi-shot, and then the question is, do I want to do the basic shot or the basic block? In this case, I think the shot, just to max out the damage. We know that they're going to be boosting their shields, but at least we can get a little damage in. Well, that's inconvenient. So I'll do the draw shot for starters. I do have a shield to work with. Yeah, I'll settle for the block shot and then the dodge. So that'll wipe out my shields, but I want to be careful about the heat that I'm taking. No damage! Ha! Okay, so if I just go ham, I've got 3 attacks. It's not enough to take him out. I think it's going to get ugly, to be honest, but let's do... Ooh, yeah, that lunge is not going to help me. So multi-shot, block shot. So if I do the basic block, I take 3 on the chin plus the overheat. Sorry, I take 4 damage total. So if we lunge, so 1, 2, we still take the 3. And then 1, 2. Okay, so we avoid the 1 damage, but we still take the majority of it. I think it's basically the same result either way, to be completely honest. I guess I get rid of an asteroid now. We'll block it. No, damn it, that was the wrong call, because now I get 2 heat. Ah well. I really wish my shields could block this heat damage. We should be able to take him out, though. I do like the acid cannon. I mean, deflection looks really neat. So do I want to... Yeah. And then hand cannon... X... I'm not quite clear what the hand thing means. Oh, you can do the amount of damage... Ooh, okay, that's actually pretty cool. So we want to build around getting as many cards in our hand as possible. So Recalibrator, you draw a card every time you miss a shot. Jettison Hatch, you may remove 2 cards at repair yards, and Jet Thrusters gain 2 evade on the first turn. Yeah, we'll do Jet Thrusters. Good work with Thrusters, thanks. Okay, so this is a shield drone, beams 1 shield at the target once per turn. Jesus. Okay. It's like we have to start with a hand cannon here. Oh, it's a single shot. Okay, that was a shame. That was a big waste there. Let's do the draw shot then. So the better thing would have been to do the draw shot and then follow up. But that's I'll know for next time. Oh dear. Okay. Tough to say if the block shot or the basic dodge makes more sense. I think we'll go for the block shot. We've got plenty of evade right now. All right. So it seems to me like we do the hand cannon, then the multi-shot. Well, the multi-shot will end him anyway. Oh, I just got a welcome to the chat room alert, so it's possible that I missed... if anybody said anything after Dendrians, that was an awful experience. My apologies, I did not see it. But... you can repeat it and I will I will look. Alright, pick an artifact. We can do shield memory. That helped us last time. Or every time an attack misses the enemy by exactly 1 space, the enemy takes 1 damage. That's tempting, but I like shield memory. That lets me build things up. Sunshine Heavy Industries. Howdy! Did you know that we're running an upcycling program here? Or turn an old unwanted junk into new wanted junk. So we can replace a card with a random rarer card, replace a card with same rarity card from another deck, or no thanks. Let's go for rarer card. So we can give up a basic shot. It's actually there's a lot of very tempting options here, but let's give up the basic shot, and we got prepare. Ooh. Nice. Good luck out there. Okay, let's see what we're up against. We're ready for this. Block shot seems to make sense in this case, but we should draw first just to take a look at our options. Ooh, hand cannon is a really tempting one. I'm not going to have 5 that many times, so that's what the hand cannon's for. So in this case, we'll just do a good old-fashioned dodge. Interesting. Dodge that missile! No, shoot it down! No, we'll definitely dodge. This is actually pretty much custom designed for the way my ship's set up. So I do like the idea of a prepare here. Unless I can end it. No, I can end this, so... Okay, Flux. Whenever this ship attacks, it gains 1 temp shield, decreases by 1 by the end of the turn. Kind of hard to see how this is an improvement over the block shot, to be honest. I think I'm going to do shield surge. Hey, what's up? Can I get you anything? Upgrade. What does draw do? Oh. So prepare. Lots more oh, that would be a really good... that would work really well with hand cannon. Speaking of, this would give us an extra card. Or 2 times... I gotta do hand cannon B. Heck yeah! Senses are going wild again. Crystal? Crystal. Big. Okay. Engine's powered up. So I'll hit one of these. Shield surge. And then... I think the block shot and multi-shot makes sense here. Okay, they're clustering up at this point. So prepare seems mighty tempting. So I could... Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have given up my dodges like that. I could have just lunged. Oh well. Big crystal. Big, yeah, is the main thing. Big, yeah, is the main thing about it. Okay. So I can hand cannon this for 12. I don't have any other draw options right now, so... And I've got 5 to play with, so this is heaven. Hand cannon, baby! Okay, so I think probably a basic dodge. And then the question would be, do I want a pulse barrier or shield surge? I think Pulse Barrier gives me longer, like, more enduring benefits, so we'll stick with that. Okay, this is where the hand cannon would have been. The exception! Thank you very much for resubbing for 68 months. Madness! I really appreciate that. Thank you for staying by this very small but incredibly enjoyable... Well, small stream, but with an incredibly enjoyable game. I hope you are doing well. We're enjoying Cobalt Core. And you know what, Dendrian? Sorry, you were asking for explanation. Does this game make sense on its own? Because I feel like I should have been doing a better explanation. of what's going on here. So basically, we've got health. Shields are quote-unquote permanent, but rechargeable. Health, or hull, as you might expect, follows with you from combat to combat. You can maneuver your ship using either evasion or the effects of various cards, and the composition of your deck will be determined by the crewmates that you have, although you start off at the start with just the 3 default ones. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I will go for the draw shot first. My outside option is always the shield surge, just so we can block this, but I want to see what the draws give us first. Okay, so now I can do a block shot, which I slightly prefer. Yeah, so we do the block shot and then the multi-shot. So overall we do more damage and still prevent whatever the bad guys were sending after us. Okay, this is going to be painful. So I don't think a scoot would be a bad idea, but let's just see what I'm putting myself into. So with this wing, we would move 1, 2, 3. So we'd be hit by about 4, I think. I think I'm gonna go for it. Ouch, that's 5. I'm going for it. Okay. Okay, so 1 damage isn't anything to worry about. We can cover that with the shield surge. Now, one of the reasons I was willing to take that damage from before was because we knew that I think we get repaired after the crystalline entity, so we hit it with the multi-shot. That'll take it out. And then we should get our rewards. Yeah, so we get a bonus to max hull, and we get a 9 hull repair. Okay. It wouldn't be a terrible idea for me to try the parry just so I can learn it, but I actually think the corrosion beam's kind of helpful. Shield burst, every time you gain any shield, gain 1 temp shield. Simplicity, on pickup, remove 3 cards, or Prototype 22, Dizzy Boss artifact. Permanently gain +1 max shield on pickup. Gain 1 shield at the start of every turn. If the shield was already full, take 2 damage. Oh man, I actually really like the... You know what, we're doing this. Check it out. Is that a piece of the crystal? Yeah, it kind of tingles, even through the gloves. That seems bad. How did you get it? A big net? Don't hold it so close to me. What are you even going to do with it? Science stuff. Alright, Sapphire Cluster. This is where we met our end last time. We're in a lawless sector again. You all know the drill. Yeah, check out my cool gun. Give me that. Oh man. I keep forgetting that they put you straight into the fight. Okay, a prepare would not be a bad idea here. So I can block shot. The temp doesn't really do anything here. So I'm actually going to build up the dodge. Okay, now I actually want to take damage on this turn. Oh, that's a thing of beauty. Actually, this is going to be a liability for next turn, because we are going to keep the shield from... the shield memory will... Okay, we'll go for feint. Let's go for the mysteries. Why do you want to take damage? Because the artifact that I picked up, Prototype 22, so here it says permanently gain +1 max shield on pickup. Gain 1 shield at the start of every turn. If shield was already full, take 2 hull damage. So the drawback here is that this combines with shield memory. Your shield lasts between combat. And so in this case, because I'm going to be starting the turn with full shield, I believe... Well, actually, I guess it depends when the effect triggers. But because I'm going in with full shield, if I don't take damage, it's possible that I'll be damaging my hull instead. So detecting a minefield up ahead. Oh wow, with a lot of exploded ships inside. Let's stop and look for cool stuff. We'll probably barely explode at all. Grab the first thing you can find, lose 1 HP, and gain 1 artifact. Let's look around for a bit. Gain 1 of 4 artifacts, or not worth it. Let's go. Now, we can lose 1 HP. I don't want to lose 3, but... So Ricochet Paddle. When you shoot an incoming missile, turn it around instead of destroying it. That's going to be fun. Nice, let's get out of here. Okay, so it does trigger at the start of the turn. I'm going to need to keep that in mind. So in this case, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do anything with this. And it's brittle, so it'll take double damage from all attacks, which works beautifully with hand cannon. So get styled upon, sir. This part has armor. It takes 1 less damage from attacks. Oh, interesting. So it goes from brittle to armored. Interesting. Reflexive coating. Whenever this ship is shot, the part that was hit gains armor for the rest of the turn. That is an interesting one. Okay, so in this case, we'll take the 2, but that's to avoid the 2 hull damage from my shield. I am completely fine with the way this is working out. Destroying it will damage its destroyer for 2. Interesting. So this doesn't spin it around. So I can afford to take the damage here. I'll try to line up with that brittle spot. The only problem is I don't have that much damage. Oh, crap. I don't have any damage. Okay. I'll try to repair this. Yeah, that was an ugly way of doing that, but... Oh, this is gonna work well. So we're just gonna prepare. Yeah, I can feint. So they damage themselves off of destroying the mine. At this point, we just need to hit them once. Okay. Overpower adds 2 damage to all attacks, decreased by 1 at the end of the turn. We also have Multi-Blast, which is 2... so that's a total of 4 for 2. This is a pretty tempting one, but so is Overpower. Could you imagine that... actually, you know what? We are going to do Multi-Blast. A Rogue Starnacle. This enemy is going to give you a card. This can't be dodged. Get ready. That thing has got a lot of health. Okay, we want to take the damage because we're at full shields. So I think a Corrosion Beam is probably where we start. Glorp. And the question is, do I want to... Do I want to bank my dodges? Do I want to... Yeah, we'll bank the dodges. Abyssal Visions. No damage. Ha! Okay, so this is a tempting one to try and make work. The thing is, this helps me dodge its damage right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to move in. We'll just do some good old-fashioned damage right now. Again, it hits the asteroid here, so I'm not too fussed about it. So I'm thinking this is a tough call. We exhaust the hand cannon, so I can go for the 8 damage now, or I can try for a better... I think I'm going to prepare Pulse Barrier, and we'll just move the 1. Mind you, with all this void stuff that it's going to be throwing in, I have a feeling I'm probably going to want to make... I'm going to want to make some more decisive moves reasonably soon. Okay. No damage. Ha! So unfortunately, I don't have any draw stuff, but we'll make the most of the opportunity. So I just want to make sure I don't overdo it on the shields. So I'll do 1 shield surge and a basic dodge. Oh wow, he's still mad. So this might be one I actually want to take the hit on. No, actually we can try that one more turn. Okay, so let's do... We'll try the draw shot just on the chance that we get the hand cannon. Well, the hand cannon won't matter anymore. So the multi-shot makes more sense. And then prepare on the chance we get the hand cannon. Yep. Oh, but I can't move. I can lunge though. So I'm gonna be down a couple. Okay, so we draw a shot. How much does he have? 10. Got him. All right. Yeah, even though we're on the starting levels, there's quite a bit that you can unpack out of a pretty simple set of cards. This is really neat because it's actually, just for some context here, I've played Slay the Spire exactly once. So I got to the big heart at the end and hit it once, and I'm like, okay, well, you know, my first run, beat the game. I'm the best Slay the Spire player ever. I don't need to do this anymore, and so ran off. I will get back to the game at some point. Actually, one of the community managers at Brace Yourself, formerly at Brace Yourself, Demi, is now working with, is it Crit, Mega Crit, who does Slay the Spire? Anyways, yeah. So, like, I like these kinds of games, but I don't play them very often. So I'm intrigued by some of the ways it handles these little details. So for payback, whenever the ship is hit, it immediately shoots a 1 damage attack. Block up to 1 incoming damage, capped by max shield. So this works rather well with... seems to me that this works well with my Prototype 22. Front load blast, attack for 4 damage, add 3 fumes to your draw pile, and add 1 card of each color from the draw pile. So Second Opinions would work well with the hand cannon, I feel. Hull plating, permanently add +3 max hull and heal 3 on pickup. Sharp edges, every time your discard pile is shuffled back into your draw pile, the enemy loses 1 hull, caps at 3 damage per turn. And Revenge Drive, a parry artifact. The first time you lose hull each turn, gain 1 overdrive. Add 1 damage to all attacks, decrease by 1 at the end of the turn. This is a tricky one. I suspect we will be in a situation where we wind up taking damage. The question is, do I want to... Now, you know what? Sharp Edges works with the corrosion, so let's move on. Did I just hit myself with the... I think I did. Watch out, if this attack hits you, it also gives you a card. Okay. So there's no weak spots for me to work with. Let's make this quick. I skipped lunch. So the catch here is I don't want to take the damage, but I think I will accept the damage because I don't want to take 2 off of my ability. Okay, -1 energy on draw is a bit of a drag. I don't want to use up all my dodges, but... Well, this is almost certainly going to take out their own missile, so let's just prepare. Oh, my bad. And we took 2 damage off of that. Okay, so the hand cannon's mighty tempting here. But I don't oh, this is the real shame. I don't actually have the oh, I do. So if I scoot, I'll take the damage, but that's not bad because we want to lower our missiles a little bit. So hand cannon. Yeah. Yikes. Probably should have done the feint, actually. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck in a... I'm stuck in a bit of a tight spot here. Because they're going to keep draining down my my energy. Okay, so we can stun, we can juke, instantly move 3 spaces in a random direction. Lunge? I don't use lunge as much. Let's try stuns. I haven't done those in a while. Okay, pick an artifact. We can do Overcharger. Every 4th turn, gain 1 overdrive, or Cockpit Lock-On. All enemy cockpits start with weak. Let's try Overcharger. Yo! Hey, can I get you anything? We will do the repair. So normally I'd like to do an upgrade, but in this case I think the intermediate repair is what the doctor ordered. Patched up. I like a challenge. Okay, so I definitely want to get hit. Definitely want to get hit in this case. Let's do the draw shot. That's a pity. Oh crap, I just got myself 2 damage off of that for no reason. I can give up one of my... Yeah. I need to get a little more careful in terms of exactly how I'm moving. These things are 2 each. So this is a big hit, but I am okay doing the prepare here. Okay. Definitely a draw shot. I'm tempted for the corrosive beam, to be completely honest. Although to be well... Yeah, see, this is a bit of a dilemma. I'll multi-shot it and corrosive beam. So I didn't get to spin it around, but I figure corrosive damage over multiple turns will probably be a bit more effective. Okay, so this thing does a pretty significant hit. How much do you have left? 13. So there's a small argument to prepare. Although I guess we would know that the one thing we know isn't going to come up next turn is the hand cannon. Wow, I didn't think this through. So this thing hits me so that my shields can go down, this one goes through me, this one spins around and hits the bad guy. Okay. I will prepare. The drawback here is that I take 5 shield damage. So my best option here would be 1 shield surge. Actually, no, I can... Well, it wouldn't matter because I'm already... Okay, so there's the hand cannon. Is there anything else I can do to angle this in my favor? Well, the draw shot first, for sure. Nice shot. So yeah, the hand cannon is ridiculously powerful. I don't mind another batch of second opinions. The only problem is that I didn't use it the last time. We'll still grab it. Hail and well met, traveler. Verily. Can I get you anything? We will upgrade a card here. So if it's second opinions, draw 1 card from each color from the exhaust pile. Oh, okay. Draw a discard. Okay, I get it now. Draw shot. So I used to think I really liked the idea of like a 3 Yeah, you know what? I am going to upgrade the corrosive beam. Because honestly, being able to do 2 damage a turn, like if I can land that, that is a pretty significant improvement. I'm being hailed by a pirate in a cruiser-class warship? Hey, hi. Hello? Oh boy. What is it? Put it on screen so we can all see. Sure, Oh, hey, it's you. I used to be so soft. This should be easy. we are fighting Riggs in the Dreadnought. This part is concussable. Any shot that hits here will cancel this part's intent this turn. Okay, so seems to me like we want to hit this Missile Bay just because it's weak anyway. I am going to take more damage as a result, but I think it is worth it. The only drawback here is I'd actually... this is a tough one, actually. You know what? Changed my mind. Why are you me? I'm me! You sure about that? So because we can hit him with a corrosive beam, this shield doesn't mean anything now. So that was a bit of a risky move at the start, but I think this will pay off. Hey, line us up with that weak spot. I'll try. Okay, so they do have some temp. I'm gonna hit him with a multi-blast and then throw the barrier up. So this one we get to turn around with a shot. Okay, so I can go for second opinions if I want, or I just batten down the hatches for the shield surge. I think we'll do that. It would have been nice to get a little movement, but I have some more flexibility next turn now. Oh, and they lined up their missile bay. That's great. So this is now where we use second opinions so we can get the most from the hand cannon. Oh, that sucks. That was only one. Anyways, that's fine. This is still going to do some meaningful damage. Well, it actually just wiped out their shield, so it wasn't as impressive as I was thinking it would be. Okay, the multi-blast would be such a waste on this missile, I feel. So let's go for the second opinions again. Okay. You know what? Maybe we just prepare. And I shield surge. Because we still get the ticking 2 damage. Your cat seems to enjoy the stream? That's great to hear. I forgot you had a cat for some reason. Okay, so they've got their temp. We know we can't rely on the hand cannon, but we can do a draw shot. So I think we just keep punching them in the nose. And we are going to get a fairly significant hit here, so let's boost the sheet. Well, I could also try lunging. Yeah, because in that case, we just win next turn. Cool. Pick a card, so we can weaken their hull. That takes my full turn. Shield gun. Damage equal to my shields. And selective memory. Choose a card in your draw pile and put it in your hand. Well, that's an obvious one. That's the one where we get the hand cannon. So, glass cannon. Gain 1 extra energy every turn. Your ship's cannons become weak at the start of combat. So, if they get hit, they take extra damage. The Berserker Drive. At the start of combat, gain 1 Power Drive. On the second turn of combat, your enemy also gains Power Drive. Power Drive is added as extra damage to all attacks. And Genesis, gain 1 of 2 common artifacts, then 1 of 2 common artifacts, then 1 of 2 common artifacts. Add 3 Genesis canisters to your deck. Genesis canister seems like a wasteful amount of packaging, to be honest. All right, let's go for that. Oh, I get more than one. Okay. Premeditation. At the start of your combat, gain a glissade. Instantly move to right, not discard at the end of the turn, and flippable. Or Regenerator, every 3 dizzy cards played, gain 1 shield. I'd love that, except that I take damage if my shields are too high. So we'll do Premeditation. And then Crosslink, every 5th time you attack, gain 1 evade. Or Overclock Generator, gain 1 energy every third. We gotta do Overclock Generator. Huh, that was interesting. Yeah. You good? Yep. I can pilot the ship for a while if you need a break. No, really, I'm fine. It's just... she really was me. Perry, tell me honestly. Do you think I'd look cool in a black jacket like that? And a purple eyeliner. So cool. Riggs. No worries, Vanguard Master. I hope you're doing okay. New zone. This is where the ship has been taking us. What is that? It's the same energy signature as the Cobalt's warp drive, without containment shielding, and at energy levels that shouldn't be possible. It's pretty. Let's go kill it. Is that our plan? The jet thrusters are working great. All right. I would prefer to avoid some damage if I can here. The catch is I do have the opportunity to do some decent damage with the corrosion. I feel bad about this, but stay defensive. Oh, I could have... yeah, the glissade would have gotten me out of the fire there. It is slightly tempting to just ditch the Genesis canister right now. No, that wouldn't actually do the trick here. So I'm taking damage off of that, but... Generator just kicked in. Alright. That's a fair amount of damage that I'm going to take off of this. So I can just kind of keep hitting him in the face. Feint definitely works. Yeah, so we'll take hull damage, but that'll overdrive my next attack. Okay, and we have all the wasteful packaging. So let's get rid of the Genesis canister, even if it does mean we take some damage. Multi-shot is very hard to turn down here. I should have planned that out better. I'm wasting it. Wasting an energy. But we just need to dodge him this time. Alternatively, we try the hand cannon. Testing some bugs, so you're in there. The bugs are performing as expected. Glad it got sorted out. So I managed to get a bit of the packaging out of the way. I suppose that's a small bonus. I don't use stun enough. Let's try a multi-blast. Feels a little early for me to be going for repair. Mind you, I do like these unknowns, and then we get to go against a rarity. You know what? Hello. Hello. Can I get you anything? I can upgrade or I can repair. You know what? We will heal. Bet you won't let us shuffle all your ship parts. Please don't. It'll be fun. Of course we're doing this. Oh, that actually wasn't... that was like... that's basically the same thing. I knew you were cool. How is this better? Alright, let's go against the tough... Good lord! Weapons hot. I don't even... words cannot describe these numbers. Okay, so we're gonna hop over second opinions. Hand cannon them in the weak spot. Now, we are gonna pay for this. Oh, no we're not, because I've got another dodge. I will never get my comeuppance. Actually, I also could have done second opinions again and done even more damage. That's a bit of a shame. Ah, now I see the consequences. Okay. So I guess the question is, how much damage am I willing to take? Not a whole lot, but the Fate should still do the trick, yeah. So this is definitely an endurance fight. So with that in mind, let's do the Pulse Barrier and the Shield Surge first. So I can basically survive whatever it throws at me. Now, unfortunately, I can't hit him in the cockpit. We can actually be up a shield by the end of this, so it's not so bad. Okay. Corrosion should take care of him soon. Indeed. So I think now is the time to do the Glissade. You know, it would have been helpful if I actually took a look at what the abilities were. Let's take the Multi-Blast. Yeah, this was a foolish round for me, if I'm completely honest. So we'll hit him with the Multi-Blast. I don't see a way for us to end the fight, so let's go for a scoot. Oh! I got lucky. Okay, so we just need to survive to the next turn here. Or not even, we just need to shoot him. Oh, I didn't even see the name, so, alright. Gain 1 shield plus 2 for every time this is played in combat. Oh god, this would be so dangerous. Evasive shot. Oh, evasive shot is absolutely something we're going for. Pick an artifact. Artifacts are held by the ship's crew and change the rules of combat. You can have multiple for each crewmate. So, Daka Drum. Every 5 parry cards played, gain a chip shot. Ooh. Jumper cables. At the start of combat, gain temp shield equal to your missing hull. And Armored Bay, on pickup, your Missile Bay gains armor. Now, we don't have a Missile Bay, so let's do the Daka Drum. Well, that just looks unkind here. So I definitely need to take some damage. Let's just punch him in the face as much as possible. So I can multi-blast to melt their shields, or I can... Yeah, I'll Pulse Barrier and then multi-blast. Okay, so this is gonna inconvenience me. Okay, so as long as we don't get hit with too much of that, I can live with the fire. Okay, so it is mighty tempting to do the hand cannon here. But I actually think I have better options. So if I glissade, and then we hit him with a stun shot, I can also build in an evasive shot. So I should have tried to get rid of the Genesis canister, but in this case, this was an opportunity for me to build a little bit. Okay. So there's nothing in my draw pile right now. If I had a stun, that would be best. But I don't, so I think the answer is batten down the hatches. Okay, so let's do second opinions. Sadly, no hand cannon. I could prepare. So this will be the turn that I get hit with fire. This is where I actually need those stuns. Okay, actually, so we Genesis... so if I scoot... Okay, so that gives me a chip shot for free. The lunge actually lets me dodge this attack entirely. Or I could move one and stun shot. I feel like the stun shot makes a little more sense. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of waste in that, but... Okay. And then this should win it. Although I probably should have done the shield surge first. Okay, pick a card. So we've got EMPB. This status will be applied to the enemy wherever they are. Block incoming damage capped by the max shield. Total stun. Cancel every single intent on the enemy ship. Instantly ends your turn. Okay. Button mash. Block up to 3 incoming damage, capped by max shield. Move left to the 3, evade, retain. This is cute. An extra battery A. I definitely feel like extra battery is the thing I need. Okay, so we've got a regenerator or nanofiber hull. We got to do the nanofiber hull. Brimford, hello there. Would you care to engage in some debate? Talk about the issue. Does everybody know? I'm trying to remember the comic, but I think this is a pretty specific reference to a comic. Let me just see. It's like sea lioning, isn't it? I guess it's a walrus instead of a sea lion, but... Anyways. I've got nothing but time on my hands. We can do this over and over. So we can turn an upgrade A card into a B and gain an annoyance. Or turn a B into an A. No thanks. Well, goodbye now. Well, that's unkind. Let's run some circles around him. So I think the glissade might be the answer here, just so I can line them up. But I guess the question would be, what do I think I'm going to accomplish? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an account for like why debate on Twitter sucks, basically. You know what? Let's go for the corrosion beam. Now they will give me a car. I may regret this, but okay. So I'm gonna wind up with those cards, or I'm gonna wind up with damage, no matter what. So. Oh, for heaven's sake! I should have paid attention to where I was firing. Fear. Well, this will actually work with a hand cannon. Or maybe it won't, actually. God, I am so bad at missing this. Yeah, so second opinions helps. No, but that looks like it's as big as it's gonna get. That was enough, though. Okay, we can button mash, we can feint, we can stun charge. I like the feint. Salutations! What are salutations? Can I get you anything? Let's do another upgrade. Go for the extra energy. Ooh. Is this our final waypoint? It is. The Cobalt is embedded in that singularity. Are we ready? Don't look so nervous, guys. Hey, Cat. How many times have we been here before? 0? Oh. You guys will do great. Good luck in there. What do you mean? We can't fight the Cobalt while it's inside that singularity. Someone needs to bring it out. I'm uploading myself to the Cobalt now. Bye! Well, hold on. There's probably some other way to accomplish that. She's already gone. Oh, well, this will be a piece of cake. Okay, I want to prepare. Let's feint. Probably should have paid attention to the weak point, but it's a little late for me to give that up now. So let's go one to the left, and then we'll fire an evasive shot. So obviously here I'm waiting for the... oh, this will be a big one. I kind of want to make sure I've got all my ducks in a row in terms of damage. Okay, so... yeah, so I can lunge and then glissade. I don't know, I feel like this definitely... I mean, if this is the last boss, if we're at max health and this is how we're starting off, I feel like this is not a bad place to be in. So we're going to destroy the Cobalt Core, right? We're here to finish this. Alright. We'll start with the multi-shot. Now this'll take up my move, so you know what? Let's do a couple shield surges instead. So I'm not expecting miracles in terms of positioning yet. So the feint doesn't really help me in this case. It's a shame to use it that way, but although it's probably just going to shoot its own rocket anyway. They're armored. Have to find a weaker target. Okay, we'll see how this turns out. Oh nope, we're just going to take it in the take it in the face. All right. So this puts me in line with the cannon. The thing is, the question here is, can I actually take that much damage, or do I want to... Do I maybe want to hold off? I only have 3, so I can't do all of these. I get the multi-blast back. I don't think I'm going to fuss that much about 1 damage. Excellent. So what we gained is the ability to move and hit them straight in the center. Again, we don't have a whole lot to do. There's just not that many attacks, but every little bit counts here. So if I feint... I can do a basic dodge and move off like this. I definitely feel like this is looking up for us. So I can prepare. You know what? Let's prepare and then throw out the trash. Again, like, we take some big hits here, but we win. Unless there's like a phase 2, in which case... No good for me. What's happening? Systems report. The Cobalt went critical. We're exposed to the core singularity. Are all the emergency blast doors closed? Yes, but we can't sustain this. The hull is literally melting. Come on, man. We beat the Cobalt. What else are we supposed to do? Hello. Who's hailing us? Identify yourselves. Yeah, make it snappy. We have like 30 seconds left, max. Hello, broken ones. Your poor shattered time streams. I can help you. But there are other souls tangled in this time knot. Do you mean Isaac and Max? And 2 others. Now, who shall I repair first? Dizzy, Riggs, or Perry? I feel like this is a good time to get chat involved. So, we don't know anything about anyone, but you have had an opportunity to get to know these people. So, if you have a strong feeling on this, you can pick Dizzy, Riggs, or Parry. And I realize I'm kind of close to the time that I would be wrapping up. I'd actually like to get myself a little bit more tea, so I'm going to take a small break while you all sort things out among yourselves, and we can figure out which one we'll pick in a little bit. So I am going to be gone for a couple minutes, and once you say what you would like, assuming you express a preference, I encourage you to maybe get a small stretch yourself. But we'll see you all in a little bit. All right, thank you everybody for your patience. I think I lost like half of you to the ad break, but hey, I don't like ads either. So, I think so. If I recall correctly, Dizzy is the sort of the one who grabbed the crystal and gave us prototype 22. Riggs is the one who we saw like the evil version of, who looks awesome in a black jacket and purple eyeliner, and Perry is the weapon specialist. So I feel like we should do Riggs, seeing as they encountered their alternate self. Also, they had the hand cannon, so what is this? Be still. You mentioned a broken time stream. Is that like my past? Is that why so many of my memories are hazy? Yes, you more so than any. Now be still. Okay. Oh. T minus 124 days. Cobalt STC, this is G72 Artemis requesting permission to dock. Copy G72 Artemis. State your cargo and passenger roster. Cargo sheet lists 30 tons of water, 10 tons of rations, and 2 tons of science equipment. Copy. Proceed to docking port 5. Please sign here, here, and here. Who are you? What happened to the last delivery pilot? I'm Riggs. I just started today. Actually, this would be a fun one for people in chat. What manner of animal or creature do you think each of these characters are? The last pilot got spooked by some pirates along the road, so he quit. So they installed a cannon on the Artemis and hired me. And you know how to handle yourself in combat? I do, yeah. Good. You'll be the pilot for our regular deliveries from here on out. Unless I get blown up. So this gives me a reason. This is I'm not going to slay the spire. This where I hit the heart once and declare myself the greatest player ever. But this gives me a good reason. Like I want to know how the rest of the story turns out here. So victory, hour 17 minutes and 7 seconds. 95 combat turns, 29 hull damage taken. For those of you that would like to show how much better you are at this game than I am, see 980144161 on the Artemis at normal difficulty. And here are the cards that we had. And we've unlocked a new character, Isaac, your engineer. His cards create and manipulate mid-row objects like drones and missiles. The new kid. Brace yourself in their puns. The new kid is the achievement. So what have we got here? So Riggs is a squirrel, Perry, Komodo dragon, and Dizzy, furry turtle. Interesting. So, again, just to be clear, I'd normally be wrapping up in about a half hour, but I definitely feel like I've got another run in me. The question would be, do I want to try a hard run, or do I want to try something else? I think let's boost the difficulty a bit. So events are harder, start combat with a weak cockpit, +1 basic shot, less pre-upgraded card offerings, and -1 max hull. Normal level difficulty is just normal is all. Harder is events are harder, start combat with a weak cockpit, +1 basic shot, +1 corrupted core. Less pre-upgraded card offerings, -3 max hull, 1 less max hull gained from boss kills, and elites only offer 2 artifacts. And finally, real gamer mode. Hardest, take a downside on boot sequence. Events are harder, start combat with a brittle cockpit, +1 basic shot, +1 corrupted core, less pre-upgraded card offerings, -3 max hull, 1 less max hull gained from boss kills. Elites only offer 2 artifacts, start with 50% of the hull missing, and most enemies are harder. Okay, so the real question here, so we only have 1 ship. So the reason why I want to try hard is so that I can unlock this new ship type. you know, I'd be perfectly content to try and unlock new characters and such, but I feel like it's reasonable to try and reach a little bit further. So we've got an engineer. His cards create and manipulate mid-row objects like drones and missiles. So the question is, what do I want to give up? So the weapons officer will offer attacks and instant movement. Riggs will offer flexible movement and card draw, and Dizzy will offer shielding and shield manipulation. Now I have tried to make a little bit more use of shielding. I kind of want to keep Riggs just because it would be neat to see that whole story turn out. So I think let's ditch Dizzy and we'll try and go with Isaac and see how that turns out. With Drake, we want to win a run with Isaac, and then with Max, we need to win a run with Drake, and then there are 2 mystery characters which were not listed on it. You can only have 3 crew. That is correct. Now I don't know if so it could be that there are modifiers for for these different ship types. It may be that you get to have more crew, but in this case, I'm gonna guess it's probably just 3. Oh yes, I should also mention, so we've got warp prep, 1 shield and 1 evade at the first turn, and cargo hold. All artifact map nodes offer 1 more option. And away we go. System time corrupted. Please select a boot option. We can upgrade 2 random cards to type A, gain a common artifact, remove a card, then gain 1 of 3 common cards. Let's boost 2 random. So multi-shot A and scramble. Both of those look pretty good. User cat. Unzip 0xf3.dat. Command failed successfully. Cat online. Sorry, I mean, hi. Actually, the more I think of this, the more I actually quite like that this game sort of starts me... sorry, is it just me or is this tougher than the last loop? I actually really like that this game starts you off in... like in a fight. Okay, so let's take a look at some. So first, what we want to do here is just get an idea of what Isaac's offering here, right? So I didn't really talk about this, but if it wasn't clear, the color corresponds to the different characters in the group. So attack drone is something that came from Isaac, lunge comes from Perry, draw shot comes from Riggs, and then we've got the basic shot here, which is just a generic attack. So what I'm interested in here are what are some of the things that we can be expecting from Isaac here. So drone shift lets you move all mid-row objects left or right with Q or E. It costs 1 drone shift per move. Drone move right, instantly move all mid-row objects 1 space to the... Okay, yeah. So the thing is we don't have any drones right now, so that doesn't really do a whole lot. I could launch an attack drone. So the thing that's nice about this isn't exactly corrosive. Corrosive, basically, we hit that once, and that's just gonna like leak onto the enemy forever. Whereas the attack drone, we still need to align it. I don't think I can get away with the lunge here. So I'm thinking I'll do a draw shot, basic shot, we will launch the drone, and then I'm going to move the ship. Okay. So I'm kind of obligated to scramble in this case because I don't have any other movement. Ooh, that one was a dumb move on my part. I will go for the 3rd just because I don't have any other better options. And in this case, we'll hit him with the multi-shot. Yes! Alright, I don't have a stun, so my best option here would be to lunge. Actually, no! Oh, why didn't it tell me that was going to kill the drone? Nice shot, Perry. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Don't, no, that definitely wasn't a question. Okay, again, I want to be careful about the order in which I do this stuff. Well, here, we'll do the attack drone, then the scramble. There we go. So a little bit of a rough start, but so here we have Striker Squadron. Launch an object 1 spaces to the left of your missile bay. Attack drone Mark II shoots at 2. Oh, hang on. I think I might know what happened with the. Well, I'll have to double check, but less energy next turn. So that seems like a big. Well, okay. So if I have this thing sticking around, like really pounding the enemy. That can be helpful. I think I prefer the evasive shot, though. Okay, so let's go for... So the drawback here is I can go for mystery. If I go for the mystery up here, then I don't get the chance to do the strong enemy encounter. So we're going to head down. Okay, so I want to be careful in terms of where I put the drones. Now this is going to be a bit of an adventure. Cool. Oh, that's right. I don't turn the rockets around this time. I just shoot them. Well, for that, we'll just do the basic block then. Adjusting targeting. Still gonna get hit. Got a little lucky there. Okay. The feint is tempting. Panic. Move instantly 2 spaces in a random direction. Block up to 1 incoming damage. Cap by max shield. So 0 attack here, but presumably that can be augmented. I do like feint though, so I think we'll stick with that. Well, hello, Sunshine Heavy Industries. Hey, I have this extra scaffolding laying around. I think it would look great right in the middle of your ship. Also, it's a great tax write-off. What do you think? Why not? Looks better, I guess? No refunds. Okay, so I want to move up here and then to the tough encounter. Oh god, this is going to be painful. Stop! All right. So we're definitely taking more damage from with Isaac and the team. So we're going to be drowning in trash in a little bit, but doesn't matter. Flex move. I think I'm still going to stick for the multi-shot. All right, let's see how we deal with a tough guy. Jumbo, you're too easy to find. Brittle. This part takes double damage from all attacks as opposed to weak, 1 more damage from all attacks. Okay, so I do need to remember the distinction between brittle and weak. Just trying to think the best way to minimize the damage, because in this case the weak cockpit's really not doing me any favors here. Yeah, it kind of sucks, but... Okay, so I could try a feint, but honestly it's not that bad. They're obliging. Cool. All drones and missiles instantly take a turn. Ooh. So if I could get a nice army of drones up, that would be really helpful, but we'll do second opinions. So Recalibrator, draw a card every time you miss a shot, or Stun Calibrator. After your first attack each turn, gain 1 stun charge, your next one. Okay, we'll do Stun Calibrator. And we can get the Daka Drum, which every 5 parry cards played gain a chip shot, or Armored Bay. On pickup, your Missile Bay gains armor. I don't know if that counts for the drones or not, so we'll go for the Daka Drum this time. Wizbo, thou art in the presence of Wizbo, the Framgificent. Wow, cool hat. Thank you. So if I do an evasive shot, I didn't think this through. The enemy is going to give you a status. This can't be dodged. Be prepared. Abracadoozle. Ooh, that looks like an ugly one. Okay, I've got some ideas here. Yeah, we don't need to move them this time. Okay. Great shot. This card's owner is oh, I didn't even notice. Okay. So we'll scramble for starters. Ah, nuts. Again, I didn't think this through, so I'm going to take corrosive damage for no real good reason. I cast Spill Your Drink! No! So Wave Charge will add 2 beam waves, discard hands, draw 5, or Solar Breeze, instantly move all mid-row objects 1 space to the right, and then draw 1 card. That definitely feels like a good one. Okay. Attack. I think I know what I'm doing here. This is kind of dumb, but okay, so they're going to dodge the first attack that we make. Wasn't quite what I was expecting, to be honest. Good God. All right. So I think I'm starting to get the hang of this, but I am still kind of feeling like Isaac is keeping me short of things that I would maybe normally want. So Ace, gain 1 evade every turn. That feels very, very strong. Now this is a tough call for me here, because I know I'm going to get a big repair if I beat the enemy. So, howdy, hi. Can I get you anything? Let's upgrade a card. So Ace can lower the cost, or we can get more for... Yeah, let's go for that. Ooh, shiny. Let's see how we handle the boss. Ah, big crystal. Well, we pretty much have to do the Ace here. Okay, so ideally I move to the left. Yeah. Nice. I should have done the multi-shot, but... I don't think I'm avoiding any attack. Like, I'm taking 3. Yeah, I just wind up moving into another attack here, so we'll multi-shot it. And I'll set myself up with another dodge when the time comes. Okay, another attack drone seems like a good call. I'm not sure if that was the right call, but obviously I'm still getting used to... Okay, I'm gonna lose my drones if I'm not careful. Well, I think that's a foregone conclusion at this point. Okay. Scramble wouldn't be a terrible idea here. But I do still need to do damage. So I'm trying to think, what's it going to take to get the stun? So your next 1 attack will stun, goes away at the start of next turn. After your first attack, gain 1 stun. Okay. So if I draw a shot... Yeah. So then I multi-shot. Alright, now I see how this is going to work. Okay, so first thing I want to do is parallel shift. Then we throw up the attack drone. Then I move back. I shouldn't have moved back because I could have, I probably could have avoided some damage. So we'll do an evasive shot and a chip shot, so that way I'm only taking the 1. And again, it doesn't really matter. So yeah, that got a little intense, but we're only 1 hull down from max. And like I said, I'm definitely feeling quite a bit more comfortable in terms of how I work with drones. So strafe for fire for 1 damage immediately after every move you make. Wow! That works very, very well with Ace. But it's a very high cost. I actually can't afford this card on its own. So let's go for parry. So glass cannon, every 1 extra energy. Gain 1 extra energy every turn. Your ship's cannons become weak at the start of combat. Demon thrusters gain 1 evade every turn. You can no longer have more than 3 evade at a time. So normally I would be tempted by that, but in this case I have like I've already got Ace, and I was very clearly higher than 3 for most of that. So the last option would be the Berserker Drive. At the start of combat, gain 1 power drive. On the second turn of combat, your enemy also gains power drive. Power drive is added as extra damage to all attacks. This is probably a huge mistake for me to go for Berserker Drive, but I prefer it to adding more weak points to my ship. Here again, clearly we need to take this place more seriously, which means I can have the gun back, right? So I like the sense of humor in this, but they do a really good job with like not just writing like quippy lines, but the visuals definitely sell it. Wow, they're already on the power drive, huh? Okay. So it seems to me like we do a multi, basic, shield it, and move. This is just published by Brace Yourself. It's, well, not just, I mean, obviously publishing a game is no small thing. But yeah, in this case, this is developed by Rocket Rats and published by Brace Yourself Publishing. Holy hell. So that just keeps ticking every turn. Well, that might also just be what the enemy does, but I gotta be really careful. Okay, so start with an attack drone. Oh, that just shut the thing down completely. All right. You may need to end up doing your own. I mean, it's a tough one, right? Like, I've heard plenty of stories in terms of what the terms are for publishers, and it definitely feels like, I mean, so I know there are more publishers active now. And I suspect if you have a sufficiently desirable property, you probably have some leverage. But like in the end, I mean, everybody wants money to make games, and I have to assume that with the number of layoffs that have been happening, there are some people, you know, considering their options and, you know, putting together a team to do an independent project. So like, this is the thing for me. I don't know if the effects of that are for there to be more developers pursuing projects, at which point there's more demand for the money. But on top of that, the cost of borrowing is higher. And so, you know, in a purely economic sense, and I don't think publishers are completely beholden to this. But like if your return on a bond is that much higher, you know, that is going to affect the types of projects that you take on, especially over your time horizon, because in the end that affects, you know, the money you can get. In the end, that is the reason why we're seeing the layoffs that we are, is because, you know, when a company like Epic plans out a certain amount of growth and that growth doesn't materialize, and then on top of that, the cost of borrowing is that much higher, that's a very different macroeconomic environment from what they probably were anticipating when they did all that hiring. That doesn't justify the layoffs. Obviously, I would rather people be able to keep their jobs, but I also understand for some companies that's not necessarily something that can happen. Like in some cases, there are some very stark financial realities that people are facing. And so, not to imply, you know, like Epic is a little bit of a harder case, but you know, clearly smaller companies really do face kind of make or break kind of choices. So, so yeah, like the one of the things that was true about the COVID-19 pandemic was there was actually a lot of small businesses that started up. And one weird side effect of some recessions actually are that there are businesses that get started partly because people are laid off or otherwise, find themselves in a situation where they can do things. And those businesses do actually wind up doing well. You would sort of think, oh, okay, well, a recession's a really hard time to make a business work. And it is. I mean, it's kind of defined by a lack of economic activity. But it's not the depression, right? There are people with money and there are people who need some kind of a good or service. So using that, and again, I'm an outsider, so I can't speak with authority on this, but I do wonder if one of the side effects of the kinds of layoffs that we're seeing in gaming firms is a proliferation of independent studios that are doing their own projects, because in the end, you have quite a bit of talent that's wanting to make games and potentially seeing their best option as being to set out on their own. And of course, with that, if that is what happens, then that just means that publishers have kind of their pick among promising projects, which would imply that it's a difficult environment to get good publishing terms. But obviously, that's a few assumptions deep. So this is mostly because you want to release by the end of the month, and it's taking time to get a reply. So next week, you will have to make a decision as to whether to wait and try to work out a deal, or if you want to go solo. The benefit of going with a publisher is that you don't have to worry about marketing. And I'm taking it that HH is Hooded Horse, already has a network in place. Whereas if we go solo, we don't have to pay a publisher, but it's a lot more work and less guarantee that you can reach your target audience. Absolutely. So, I mean, in theory, if marketing is the only factor, there are people you can hire for that, although I'm sure money is tight at this point. But the drawback here, of course, is that if you release a title and you haven't hit your audience, then that also potentially signals something to a publisher in terms of the potential appeal for your project. And as a result, the terms that you would get trying to publish for yourself would be potentially worse if you go back to them. So I definitely do not envy your situation. Okay, so we've got Fleetfoot, Hermes Boots. Whenever you move one further, lose this at the end of your turn. Evasive Shot. I do like Evasive Shot. I think we'll go with that. Just trying to work out my path here. So I feel like we get more mysteries if we go through this. We potentially get double tough fights. No, I think this is the right call. Tooth. Hee-hoo! Welcome to my emporium of wondrous ideas, traveler. May I offer you one of my creations? Yeah, well, I mean, again, like, my feeling it, like, in the end, a business is going to want to make money, right? So, if there was a case to be made that this project is somehow profitable, and like, when I say profitable, I mean profitable relative to their other opportunities. Presumably that quote-unquote rule goes away, right? So like the example I would think of, if like something about Minecraft, right? So, well, actually, no, this would not be a bad example. So let's imagine that some of the stuff that happened with Notch happened after... Well, actually, no, this is an even better example, right? Because Minecraft was independent, it was Mojang, but eventually it was sold later, right? So that is an example of something that was sold. But of course, that's because that's also demonstrated that it has value. You're selling a valuable asset. And I think the problem is that if somebody has not been able to market something, then that's providing a signal in terms of the attention for a given game. And as a consequence, the item that's potentially being bought here is just, diminished in value. And so essentially the publisher needs to see how they wind up making something of it. The only reason I say that is I get the feeling that Empires of the Undergrowth was something that was in development before Hooded Horse picked it up. Or something that was available before, or maybe it was Emperors of the Undergrowth. Anyways, I'm pretty sure there was at least one title I saw Hooded Horse do. But the thing is, again, like, it's like thinking you're going to be the exception where, like, millions of people buy your game. It's just so much easier to say, let's assume this is our one shot and decide whether or not we can actually pull this thing off. And I know marketing is the hard one for you because I know you've tried crowdfunding, and I know you've tried like basically you've tried your outreach before, so it does seem like that's one of the sticking points and one of the things that a publisher would be providing in terms of value. Anyways, yeah, sorry, I went into the abstract for a little bit, and you're obviously dealing with really concrete things. All right, these all seem absolutely useless. Perhaps they are, perhaps they are. So we could try Buckshot. Okay, no, Buckshot actually becomes more powerful because of the Berserker drive. Bruise hurts me and heals me. Give me Waltz. I do like these. Why? 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 Ho ho, farewell. Thanks, I guess. Your ship is suboptimal. Good luck. Right. I'm going to start with a lunge. There we go. That's a pretty decent starting turn. Maybe an evasive shot would have been better, but... Missiles, huh? I'm more of a drone guy. I'm happy to talk shop after I'm done exploding you. Okay, so I pretty much feel we're obligated to do ace each time. I wasn't thinking of doing feint, but maybe that's the right call here. Yeah, problem is they smash right into my weak cockpit. Well, here. Yeah, so I'm going to wind up using all my dodges, but I think it's for a good cause. Oh. Numbers were wrong. Oh, they're obliging. Alright, doesn't even make sense for me to do the attack drone, because the multi-shot is a killer here. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily Isaac that's the one, who's like really making this, like making this sing, but I'm definitely getting an idea of how this stuff works. Meowdy? Not in front of everyone, please. Can I get you anything? Okay, so the attack drone... Bubble Shield can take one hit, or upgrade it to Mark II. Mark II definitely feels like a good one. Multi-shot A also feels like a good one. I'm going to go for the attack drone just so I can get a little more practice with it. So, rad. Howdy. Do you know we're running an upcycling program here? We're turning old unwanted junk into new wanted junk. That's not that exciting, but nice. Good luck out there. Okay, energy refund. Gain 1 energy every time you spend 3+ playing a card. Yeah, energy refund. Oh god. Due to intense astronomical activity nearby, you and the enemy ship gain 1 heat before the start of your turn. This is going to add up real fast. Stop with the fire. Okay. Well, this will be great. So what exactly were the turns? Gain 1 energy every time you spend 3+. Oh, see, I wanted to do the parry, but I think I need to do the ace for the dodge here. I am a little sad about that. I keep forgetting about the stun. Stop! Okay, I'm debating between the multi-shot or... No. Attack drone. Okay, so that's going to kill my drone in a bit. But we should be able to take them out. Cool. Gonna have to head off. Gonna continue lurking. Thank you very much for hanging out, Vanguard Master. Good luck with the game. And I'm sure we will hear from you soon. I think I will try Overpower. Shield memory seems very good. Although I guess I gave up on shields. So, jumper cables at the start of combat gain temp shield equal to your missing hull. That I might do. At the start of your turn with more than 0 energy, gain 1 shield. Oh, no. Ion Converter is definitely the one I go for. Haha! The Rogue Starnacle again. Glurp. Alright. This is actually going to get really fun. So watch this. So I can actually get a shield off of this if I want. I think in this case I'm going to go for the basic dodge. Alright. the lunge is the better option here. I am gonna have to deal with the abyssal visions at some point, but I'm waiting for this thing to get freaky. Okay. Small refund. So we were counting on the stun there. Cool. Oh, that parry would be so good. I'm mad I can't do that. Okay, so I need to do 8 to... Okay, so that's actually 4 and 6, so we're good. That turned out really well. Okay, so the rock factory will throw out asteroids. That's not really that important for me right now. Jupiter drone, every time you attack, this drone copies your attack. That is going to do some preposterous damage. Sharp edges, every time your discard pile is shuffled back into your draw pile, the enemy loses 1 hull. Hull plating, permanently +3 max hull and heal 3. So this is kind of tempting. And revenge drive, the first time you lose hull each turn, gain an overdrive. I can see this working well. Yeah, I think we're going to do the revenge drive. Hey, bud. Hi. Can I get you anything? This could do some serious damage. Parry. I can't believe I'm actually spending an upgrade on that. Hey, it's Evil Riggs again. Hey, it's the fake time clones again. What did you call us? Stand still just like that. I'm lining up my cannons. Okay. So I want to hit him in the weak spot. Oh god, these numbers don't work at all. It's not a promising start, but okay, as always, we want to go for the ace. I'm going to take a lot of damage on this one. I'm also going to lose my attack drone. God, yeah, that just went straight into the shields too. All right. That is why this is why I kind of like some of these combos. Like I kind of get that this is the whole point of like deck building games, but the problem is I really don't have a mind for anything but the most obvious combos. But what tends to happen is like once I kind of start getting a rough idea of how some of this stuff works, like I don't know, like I think this is just part of the design of like the good design behind games like this, which is that it gives you that aha moment of knowing how to figure things out. So it's like, oh no, I don't want to boost my enemy, and it's like, oh, actually no, it makes a lot of sense to boost an enemy because then you can do the parry attack, and that winds up doing preposterous amounts of damage. But welcome back, Nearly Logical. We're having a great time with Cobalt Core. So we've got Endless Magazine, gain 1 chip shot at the start of every turn. That works really, really well, because after our first attack, we actually get to do a stun. So strafe fire for 1 damage immediately after every move you make. So that's also a tempting one, but again, that takes up 3. And then we've got table flip. All cards with flippable actions such as move are flippable for the rest of combat. Okay, no, we got to do Endless Magazine. That is really good. Okay, draw 2 cards every turn. You are offered 1 less card in post-battle card rewards. You may no longer skip any card rewards. Okay, now, I mean, this is an interesting one, right? Because we're going into the last sector. Warp Mastery replaces Warp Prep. Gain 3 shield and 3 evade on the first turn. That's very good. And so, no, Warp Mastery, that's got to be the way we do this. Okay. Hello, Beth, kinda sorta. This is Cobalt Core. This is a game by Rocket Rats, I believe is the developer's name. Published by Brace Yourself Publishing. Now is not a bad time for me to just offer a quick reminder that I have been given a copy of the game for promotional purposes. But I'm a huge fan of Brace Yourself's games. So yeah, it is Rocket Rat Games. What I was intrigued by was Rocket Rat seems to have made another game, which I was completely unaware of, called Sunshine Heavy Industries. So it is definitely one that I want to take a look at. I noticed that it isn't on sale with Cobalt Core being released. But it is one that I want to it's one I definitely want to take a closer look at. But this is a roguelike deck builder. It is nice and simple, but not in a, like, it's not as in there's not that much to do in the game. It is simple in the sense of there is actually quite a bit to do within the confines of a fairly simple set of actions. So I'm in the possibly last sector. We'll see how this turns out. But basically you have 3 crew members, which will determine the types of cards that you get to pick from. You have a fixed amount of energy, just like any other kind of card game. There's a certain amount of energy that you can get. And the big challenge with this one is that we've got a weak cockpit, and over time the enemy gets stronger. So one of the things that I kind of try and do is navigate around all of these different attacks while still kind of being a capable combatant, let's say. So I have a few ideas. So let's start with a draw shot. Okay, that attack drone's looking mighty tempting now, but if I scramble, then I can avoid the damage completely. Well, I've already got 3. You know what? Let's bring out the attack drone, Solar Breeze. And I can play... Well, if I don't play a basic block, I believe I get the energy anyway. So if we... Yeah, unfortunately, I kind of waste all my maneuver, which I may regret, but... Okay. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to take the 3 to the face. So I do want to do the Endless Magazine for sure. And at that point, Buckshot makes the most sense. I thought I heard of Brace Yourself. They did... That is correct. They also did a wonderful city builder called Industries of Titan. Didn't really find its audience, unfortunately, but I feel was a game that had... I think that game actually had something to offer. I was a little sad that it, you know... I don't know. It's like anything, right? Like I don't... People are clearly entitled to their tastes in that, and yet I feel that for a very long time there was more attention paid to what the game wasn't rather than what it was. But it's a game that I've always, like through early access up to the release, I really enjoyed it. And they also did Phantom Brigade, which is a really great turn-based strategy game. And it turns out that the composer for that game, Riley Koenig, in fact, went to the same school I did at the time I went to that school, and we only actually wound up meeting when I visited Vancouver, after I had heard his music inside of Phantom Brigade. And then they also did Cadence of Hyrule, which I don't actually yet I now have a Switch, but I've not yet played. But the next game, so they have a publishing arm, so they released 3 games through that. Godless, which is a really good sort of an auto-battler. It's an interesting take on the auto-battler because normally I don't play those. Then they did Super Raft Boat Together, and that one, I did try streaming that one, but again, I should try it again just to see if that was an anomaly, but that was actually the first time in a while when I've actually had an empty chat. But it's definitely a fun one, and it's a bit like Risk of Rain. So if you like the original Risk of Rain, which was 2D, I think there's a lot to share there. It's one that I liked, but I definitely think maybe the problem with me playing it was that I was playing it solo. And then the third of the Brace Yourself publishing projects that have been announced, I don't know if they're going to do any other ones. I think they're probably going to be focusing on Rift of the Necrodancer for the next little while. But in this case, Cobalt Core, this game is the one... actually, no, sorry. I should also get the Steam page up so you all can wishlist or buy. If you buy it, it is currently 10% off. But yeah, so I think, I don't really know what the story is going to be about Brace Yourself publishing other than these 3 games, because I believe Clay is going to be publishing Rift of the Necrodancer. But overall, I mean, I think Brace Yourself's a really interesting company. I think they make some really good games, and I think that extends also to the taste in terms of the games that they've picked up. I think their publishing arm has done a very diverse set, but a very worthwhile set of games, which I think they all sort of fit that nice area of they're really focused on what they do, but they, like, there's a lot of added value there. Like this is my second run through, or I guess my third run technically through this game, and I'm sort of discovering new little patterns and strategies, which is very, very enjoyable. Now, Overpower could do preposterous things this turn if I let it. We'll really just knock down their shields at this point, I think. It's still probably worth it, though. Yeah, so we'll overpower. Chip shot. So the temptation would be to lunge, so in that case we would move 2 to the right. Okay, so that would move to the... But then I would shoot my own drone, so that's not good. So instead, I'll feint, so that leaves me in a tight spot here. Now, one option I do have is just to jump 2 to the right and hit them with the lunge. Or I don't, because I don't have the energy anymore, but I can just move to the left for the 1. And I still have the overpower, so presumably I can make more happen. So one thing in particular that I like here is I can do the evasive shot. I actually should have put out the Jupiter drone first. So now we can do the chip shot. Yeah, well, never mind. I have Cadence, but I'm confused by it. I don't know what else I was expecting, but it's more of a Zelda game than a Crypt game. You know, I've never actually beaten Crypt of the Necrodancer. I'd like to do Cadence of Hyrule, but I you know, there's only so much time, right? I've been spending my time... So, I've been playing my Xbox a little bit more, so I played Limbo. I thought Limbo was quite good, although I always feel with games like that... So I try... Where I can, I try to meet a game like where it's at. And I always have this haunting fear that maybe I'm just not smart enough to pick up on like the very minimalist story. But I'll be honest with you. I enjoyed the ride, but I did feel that like the more I tried to find kind of a story, that there just didn't really feel like there was anything there. And that's fine, because I mean, like, there are other things about it that really worked for me. Like, I thought it was really interesting to have those particularly horrible deaths, because it really stopped me from trying to, like, brute force the solutions. And I did generally like the minimalism. I just, you know, I always kind of felt like the game was trying to go somewhere, and it never really... Like, by the end, I never really felt that it sort of answered some of the questions that it introduced. But I was motivated to try Inside, which really does feel like a big step above. I don't know what the story is gonna be like, but it definitely feels like it's hopefully heading towards something that I can maybe get a grip on. But yeah, I've been spending a bit more time with the Xbox lately, but I have with the Switch. So with Switch, I've oddly enough been playing a lot more Tetris Effect, even though it's more beautiful on my PC. But I finally tried a little bit of Smash, because I've never been a big fighting game person, but I do. But the real shame is that with their what is it? The annual subscription thing. I'm just going back and playing all the old NES games. Like, I've been playing Mario, I've been playing Dr. Mario. My mom used to love Dr. Mario. So I'm finally giving that a try. Yeah, I don't know. There's some good stuff in there. But yeah, it's a shame, because I did actually pick up Breath of the Wild, and I haven't even opened the package yet, because I've been spending time on like old Game Boy and Super Nintendo games. Okay, I think we'll go down to a tough enemy, and then, yeah, work our way up. Hey, Grandma. Hello, dearies. What brings you to Grandma's Bakery and Weapons Market today? Weapons! Carrot cake! Both? have a look around. One treat, please. Or can we use your trash can? No, one treat, please. Enjoy! Hello, Brack. Evolutionary perfection. Crab time! I really, really like the design of this stuff. Okay, so the wave beam is definitely the thing that I need here. We can do this all day. And we'll add an evasive shot. I'm not expecting anything in terms of the shields. I think the way this is going to work is by penetrating the shields, but... Oh, did you know crabs can pinch with the force of 2 crabs? Go on, go on. Okay. I gotta do the ace. So the ace is going to be the thing that makes sure that I survive all the trouble here. So if I do the Jupiter drone, then the Seeker... See, the Overpower is so tempting because I've got the multi-shot to work with. Now, you know what? We'll see how this turns out. Oh, I can also do a draw shot. Did you know? I'm out of crab facts. Okay. Figure I'll get a little chip in. So I have a lot of movement that I can... Well, I actually don't really need to worry so much about the movement. I just need to dodge these folks here. All right. I think if I just do all these, yeah. Yeah, so definitely Slay the Spire. I would actually say the better comparison, in my opinion, would be Into the Breach, just because the spaceship connection is a very clear one, and yet I would say Into the Breach has... you have full knowledge of how the turn is going to work out, whereas FTL doesn't have that. So I do actually feel that Into the Breach is probably the closer connection. But again, I completely understand why people make the FTL connection. I don't think it's an unfair one to make. I think I'm going to go for the extra battery. Let's see how we go. Wait a minute, that was... Okay. We're up against the Rusting Colossus. I didn't appreciate that we were... Okay. I feel like at this point I really need to go for maximum damage on the cockpit. Oh, that's a shame that we lost the ace there. Mind you, if I get a parry... I gotta be really careful with my evasions. Okay, so definitely Mark II. We'll do the chip shot. Now I can't stun. That's fine, because we just move one to the right, and then we leave him a little space mine as a present. And... lock. Okay, so the overpower... So I think I'm do the evasive shot, then I can do the chip shot. So then the question is, do I scramble or do I overpower? I guess I have to scramble, otherwise I get damaged. But unfortunately, I don't get to overpower. But again, this is just a question of endurance at this point. Oh god, if I can move, yeah, so the basic dodge, I think we have a kill. There we go. Charge beam for attack for 0. Each time this card is drawn this fight, add 0. Alternatively, front load blast, attack for 4 damage, add 3 fumes to your draw pile. Bolt strikes me as a more... This is a tough one. I don't know if I want Bolt or... Let's do Charge Beam. Okay, Wave Control. Gain 3 drone shift on the first turn. Overcharger. Every 4th turn, gain 1 over... That one I definitely need to do. Okay. I think we're going to go for the Artifact, the Mystery, and... Yeah, so we'll have one basic fight. Intruder detected. Okay, so they're going to dodge the first shot no matter what. This is going to seem weird. Oh, damn it. I messed this up. I didn't mean to... I meant to get the two drones up. Next shot might not line up. Okay, so... I kind of have to scramble. Now I'm curious, if I do the basic shot... Okay, so he still dodges. That kind of screwed me in terms of my... So we'll get neutralized. We'll neutralize the attack, but... Oof. Alright. That hurt. I have absolutely nothing. Oh, that... Yeah, that was bad. I am screwing this up. So that's going to be a big hit that we take. Okay, so the problem here is I think they maybe they don't. Oh, but I messed up the angle. I don't think I can afford this much damage, so I'm going to have to evasive shot. Okay, cool. Battalion feels very strong. Okay, Grazer Beam. Every time an attack misses an enemy by exactly 1 space, the enemy takes 1 damage, or Adaptive Plating, gain +1. I mean, this is a bit late to go for Adaptive Plating, so we'll go for the Grazer Beam. My brain itches. Ah, you again. You all again. An extra planar being. Neat. What do you value most? So healing, gain 4 hull. Damage. You know what? We're going to go for Ephemeral Blast, seeing as we're getting close to the last fight. Thanks. There's a weak repeating signal coming from inside this asteroid. This is not a place of honor. No highly esteemed deed is commemorated here. This message is a warning about danger. Wow, a warning left by a dead civilization. They feared their own creation enough to seal it away here for eons. A haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the hubris of the living. Let's get digging! Walled. You were walled in. I'm thinking we probably need to kill this thing quick. So it's tempting to use the Ephemeral Blast, but let's start with the Buckshot. Oh my god! Okay, man, that sucks. I need a... What I really need is a... I need the... what's it called? The parry. So we're going to take 4 hull damage off of this. But we have the parry. Okay. A bubble field. Apply a bubble shield to every mid-row object. Flux. Whenever a ship attacks, gain 2 temp shield. Decreases by 1 at the end of the turn. No, we got to do flux. Hull plating, 3 max hull. I'm pretty sure we need to do that. Your first attack, each turn pierces. That is tempting, but I gotta go for the hull plating. Okay, so this should be the last fight. Alright, same plan as last time, I guess. Self-upload initiated. Good luck out there. Okay. Okay, I just need to keep it cool. We'll stick with the plan here. So Ace doesn't work because I don't have the... Oh, I could do the Ephemeral Blast. But if I can get a Jupiter drone down with the Ephemeral Blast... No, we should use this right away. Nice shot. Okay. So I'm going to dodge the 1, so then we go 1, 2, and we hit it in the center again. I'm not sure that did enough damage to make it worth... Oh god! That was such a bad move. I forgot that the stun doesn't happen until the next one. I wish I could undo that. No, we gotta take our lumps. That stings. Okay, so Ace is gonna be the way we save the day. I think we're just gonna clear this. Okay, the Jupiter... The Jupiter drone's an interesting possibility here, but I only have the 1 move. I'm going to take a risk on the Jupiter move. So I need the enemy ship to move to the left. I'm liking what I see here. So again, the Jupiter completely whiffed everything, but like the opportunity to do that much damage. Oh! If I could get that into the middle, that would be a beautiful ending to this, but watch what happens with the Jupiter. Well, it won't, but like we do 21 damage off of this, and the Jupiter drone would be following up. So that was an even more powerful... I didn't think this was going to be a more powerful ship, but man, that thing really delivered. You are growing stronger. Who shall it be this time? I feel we got to do rigs again. Let's see how that story turns out. Hey, can I get a burger and large soda? In this realm, all things are possible. Wow. Alright, I'm gonna head out. Do you not have any questions? Oh, me? No, all good, all good. In fact, this whole memory thing, I'll pass. If your memories are not restored, you will be severed from the time stream. Oh, that's bad. It is. T-minus 98 days. Yeah, put that crate over here. You got it, bud. What's all this stuff for, anyways? Not allowed to talk about it with you. Shouldn't even be this far into the ship. Well, I'm honored to have finally earned your trust. You haven't. Ah. But no one else here is certified to drive this forklift. Got it. Alright, that's done. Better get headed back. Launch request denied. Huh? Dizzy's making tacos tonight. Stay a few hours. Okay. Alright, so to complete a round, it looks like it's about an hour and a half. Time very well spent, in my opinion. 86 combat turns, 22 hull damage taken, for those of you curious about the seed and wanting to replicate this excellent victory. 14825-12166. There will be a quiz on that later. And hard difficulty. So I was actually not expecting to get a win out of that, but that one... I'll be honest with you, I actually feel that one was more satisfying than the normal, not because of the difficulty, but it's a point where I actually really felt I started getting a handle on... I really felt like I got a handle on sort of the deck building side of things. So obviously, like, you notice that I made a few mistakes and I kind of called them out in that moment, but in the end, I was able to sort of overcome, the odd, like, kind of boneheaded move. To ultimately just like deliver the real haymaker. I never even used the super... Oh no, I guess I did use the super beam early on. I was originally going to wait for the Jupiter cannon, but it didn't seem like a good move. So, but yeah, no, that was good. I'm sorry, that sounds very self-congratulatory, but what I was hoping to communicate was how, even though this isn't like the sort of thing I play with any degree of skill, let's say, it is a game that is revealing its secrets to me in a pretty straightforward way. Like I'm earning it, but even though usually strategies kind of go... Actually, okay, here's the reason why I really like deck building games, and I'm thinking Slay the Spire, but this game in particular, because the individual runs are relatively short, and not in a bad sense, because obviously there's lots of variety in terms of what you can do. But one of the things is I tried Hearthstone again for the first time in a very long time, and it actually felt quite overwhelming to try and build a deck, because there have been like years of expansions, and I know like they've got a new limited mode in and things like that, but just like sitting down and trying to think about how I even like get my head around what I want to try and do with a deck was just something where I kind of felt a certain degree of paralysis over that. And when you have a game like this where, and again, it's not to suggest this is the first game to do this, but when you have something like this or a Slay the Spire that sort of doles out the cards over time and you are adapting to circumstance, that is something a little bit more in line with me having fun while learning that sort of thing. And I have to appreciate that's probably not an easy thing to balance out, because I'm assuming that, like, I'm guessing you can't just like dangle a trail of breadcrumbs so that you've got like an optimal build that you make. But on the other hand, I'm assuming there has to be some credible probability of getting something that works well together, or at the very least, that you don't have so many options that, or basically the synergies can emerge in multiple ways. So this is very satisfying in that I felt that I wasn't necessarily stumbling blindly, but even though I didn't have like a mind as to what I was building at the very start, it allowed me to sort of guide myself towards a particular outcome. And I maybe didn't appreciate that at the start, but in retrospect, like I'm really feeling like things started to click on this run. So Drake, a hired mercenary. Her cards are strong attacks and status effects, but be careful not to overheat. And we have unlocked a new starter ship, the Ares, a nimble warship with 2 cannons, which are manually toggled. Cool. So starts with warp prep, so that's the same as this one. Ares cannon, your inactive cannon is armored. At the start of your turn, if you don't have a toggle cannon in your hand, gain 1. Okay, so definitely less health, I'm noticing, but higher shield capacity. And control rods draw 1 less card each turn. Okay. So in order to unlock Max, we're going to have to switch someone out for Drake. So it may be interesting to switch out Perry for Drake. I'm not sure. For the 3rd starter ship, 40 different artifacts to unlock this ship. So we're a little over halfway. So the only time we will have to unlock Max before we can get this one, and then win 10 runs to unlock this ship. So we may even wind up, like, I'm not super confident in the game, so I may I don't know. I may unlock this one before I unlock this one. Not sure. But again, lots to play around with. And again, I don't want to deny anybody's connections with FTL. Obviously, like the different ship types and the way that it affects the strategy. Like, I'm not trying to say FTL is not an influence on the game. I also want to give an idea. Like, picking a ship at the start is a smaller part of the game than, say, what you're doing turn by turn in terms of seeing exactly how the turns work out. And obviously Slay the Spire has a thing like that, but I wanted to try and be as fair in terms of communicating what the gameplay was like. This does make me wonder about a deck builder that allowed pre-constructed decks and how you would even make the progression work. So, again, this is kind of getting into gaming's ancient history, but I did enjoy Sid Meier's biography, and he's called Sid Meier's Memoir, and I generally just kind of like checking out the old Microprose catalog, and like this has been a little bit of a hobby thing for mine for the last little while. It's been interesting to kind of take a look in fact, this came up a little bit in the productivity article. It's been interesting to kind of look at the history of gaming and see how when you go to the new releases section on Steam, it's not really a challenge to figure out like what genre it is. In fact, usually you can find the specific game that inspired that game. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? We're very lucky in the sense that we have a lot of very high quality games for relatively low cost coming out all the time. But what's interesting is when you compare that to, I guess maybe around the 80s or 90s, I don't have like a clear guideline in terms of the dates, but some of those games are actually very hard to define. And the ones that are easy to define are usually the ones that people point to in terms of being the origin of that genre. And, to a certain extent, it's an earlier time in terms of gaming, so people are able to figure that stuff out. Sometimes there's also really dreadful games that came out of that because they're figuring it out. But the reason why I bring this up is that Sid Meier actually did a Magic the Gathering game. And that game so there's two things about it. First of all, if you do a search on YouTube for the Magic the Gathering tutorial, you will see Rhea Seahorn. So for those of you that like Better Call Saul, Kim Wexler, she's one of the tutorial wizards for that. The other guy wound up doing the voice for CEO Nabudoke Morgan of Morgan Industries in Alpha Centauri. So obviously Rhea Seahorn maybe went on to a more mainstream career than her counterpart. So that's a bizarre little connection there. Also, I just think most people don't know that Sid Meier actually made a Magic the Gathering adaptation. But the way that game worked, you did have a pre-constructed deck, but one of the things that you would do is there would be this overworld level where you would like travel into dungeons and you would battle powerful creatures in order to get the rarest cards. So as far as an adaptation of what, the experience that you and I would have of playing Magic the Gathering, it's very different because really what we do is we go out, we buy a booster pack and, we hope that there's the odds are in our favor, we maybe work out probabilities of certain cards and so on and so forth. But essentially it's a collectible and trading card game. So, going out and buying a pack. And that's the direction that Magic has gone when it finally did get a full digital adaptation. You're buying virtual cards now instead of physical cards. But as it turns out, there was in fact a deck builder, not in this exact same way, but there was actually something that did involve the construction of sort of pre-constructed decks to overcome certain challenges in sort of an overworld. And I don't know, like it looked like it worked. Again, like I guess it would be like late 90s that game was made, but like it shows its age, and I think it's not what people were expecting. I think people were expecting to be able to construct their entire virtual deck, and I'm pretty sure Wizards of the Coast probably did not want them to I'm pretty sure Wizards of the Coast did not want them to have a proper substitute for the collectible part of it. And yet I feel like there's something really interesting in that, which I don't know if any other game has really picked up. I think maybe The Witcher Thronebreaker might have made a slight gesture towards that, but I don't ever really feel like they went as far as the as that old Sid Meier game could have. And again, I could be looking at this with rose-tinted glasses, right? Because I in the end, I'm looking at this as more of a historical oddity as opposed to somebody who's like, buying the game day one and running out and checking that stuff out. But I don't know. It's an interesting one. Let's give you some credits. I am going to try and find someone to host, but here are the people responsible for this wonderful game. While I have some of you still kicking around, I did want to just say a very special thank you to Brace Yourself. There's all these lovely people here. But yeah, I'm very grateful that Brace Yourself gave me a copy of this to try out. It looked like a really interesting game. I was really looking forward to sharing this game, but I don't really know what I really don't know what I was expecting, but this, even though I didn't, there's no way for me to say this in a way that doesn't sound hokey. Like, it exceeded my expectations. Although again, I wasn't 100% sure what the the expectation would have been. So, but no, like this really, I really feel like this was a very special game, and it was one that I was very happy with. So just a heads up, I wanted to get some expectations in terms of where the stream is going. So I do still want to do Book of Hours. I love that game too, and I want to try and make sure that there is a fair amount of time to both games. So Friday, I am feeling inclined towards Book of Hours, but again, we'll see where everything goes. Now, next week is going to be a little bit weird because it is Remembrance Day on Saturday, which means I will have the Monday off, and normally I take Mondays off. But in addition, on Wednesday, I will be attending the local game dev meetup, Dirty Rectangles. And so this means that even though I've got this wonderful game that I'm really looking forward to sharing with all of you, I'm actually going to be away for a bit. It might be a bit longer than expected to play it. Now, I'll see if I can add another day. If I wind up streaming on Monday, I'll definitely try to do this as well. But I just wanted to let people know that because of the way the holidays turned out, after Friday, there's going to be a bit of a gap, which may mean that I get back to this game a bit later than I was planning. But as long as you keep watching it, I will very happily be returning to Cobalt Core again and again. So I just kind of wanted to give people a heads up, because number one, I know a number of you are really looking forward to Book of Hours, and I know a number of you are going to be looking forward to seeing this game again. And I plan to satisfy both, but I know next week is going to be a bit of a special case, and the last thing I want to do is just announce something at the last minute on Twitter. But either way, we are going to be enjoying both, and after next week, like at the very latest, this coming Friday I'll stream, and then at the very least I'll be back on the following Friday, and then we're back to a normal schedule. And I think we'll cover that straight up till Christmas. I don't think there's any other holidays in between there. And there are still a few people playing Cobalt Core tonight, so I did put the Steam link in there. I did just want to let people know. Obviously, I did say that Brace Yourself did give me a key for promotional purposes, so thank you for that. But it is a game that is currently 10% off as part of its launch discount. So if you are thinking of picking this up, it is a slightly more affordable price than it would be in a little while. Now again, I had a great time with this game. I noticed that Tater Sloth is streaming. They are listed as Comfy. And I also noticed that, at least from the thumbnail I'm looking at, they've got the same group of they have the same crew that I had before, and they were fighting Wizbro, so that was a fun little fight. I will leave you all in hopefully their capable hands. I don't know who they are, but we will always assume the best of people until they show us otherwise. Thank you again for watching. This was a real treat. I hope I get a chance to see some of you on Friday. If nothing else, I will see you all about a week and a little while. Oh, Sweeps, thank you so much. Folks, just before I go, I got a chance to share a stream with Sweeps the Pillow Clean, a wonderful broadcaster who does these lovely reading streams as well as plays Book of Hours. I felt so incredibly welcome in her community, and it was a lot of fun to read an entry from The King in Yellow. I'm sorry, I forgot the name of the book of the other one. I remember the story name, but I can't remember the other ones. I'm running out of time. Please do follow Sweeps. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out, and we will see you Friday or a little over a week from now. Have a great night.